Brake strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. But how would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at Aeroflow Performance.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels. VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful.
keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all...
Well, hey everybody, it's the Pocket Rocket up here in the studio. Hey, just attention to everybody that is down in the pits or in the staging lanes. If your name is Brett and you are missing your Visa card, we have it up here in the tower. So if your name is Brett and you are missing your Visa card, just make sure you've got ID with you, please.
That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at Aeroflow Performance.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision
Keith,
kids
why are you looking
onto
so
the Safe
serious,
Play
man?
program?
What's going on?
Wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids'
So what is our
faces.
comp
And
night
since you've
tonight,
given
guys?
so
We're not
much
too
to
far
others,
away
we'd
from
also like to
starting
do
to race,
something
so
for
it's
you
not down
personally.
in
How
the
would it
staging
feel if
lanes,
Pepper
guys.
sent you,
Just
your
get
partner,
down there. We've
and
got
your
about
daughter
7
Molly to
cars
the
in the
Gold
comp
Coast for a
lane
few
so
days?
far,
Yeah,
but plenty of
awesome.
tough cars
I don't know what to
in the
say.
staging
It's
lanes.
amazing.
Welcome Mark Thomas onto the mic. G'day, Mark.
Oh, mate, absolutely sensational. I just come wandering through the pits, mate, hear this big rumble, look round, and I see the yellow one-tonner rocking on through. Like, how good. That thing just sounds so fat. But then when I got down to the staging lanes and seen all the guys in the comp lane, it's going to be great. And the little change we've made to it is going to make a big hell of a difference to the racing. It does even up from going heads up to Dial-Your-Own. That evens everybody up into the same category virtually.
Yeah, I know there's a few competitors from Topfield Street, which are otherwise known as Super Street races, Dialed In Racing. There's a few races that'll be here tonight that have entered the comp. So, hey, they do state champ rounds. But that doesn't mean they're going to win tonight. You know, they might know their car, but as I said in the post earlier on Facebook today, we could have some unknown come out and just blitz the field. You just don't know.
I walked down through the lane, and there's a white VN Commodore 6-cylinder just sitting there. Had a look under the bonnet, looks pretty much stock. So him up against Joe. Even Joe's a long-term racer and a very good racer. Joe's got a chase.
That's right.
So if this guy's sharp on the lights, gets out and gets down there, it's up to Joe to chase him down.
Well, I've noticed that Dark 69, that beautiful looking Corvette that was here last week, he's actually entered the comp night tonight as well. So it's great to see him back again this week as well. But we feast our eyes into lane 4 and those two blue VK Commodores down there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they look hot. And, and the Tiger Mika one, which is down in lane 1, that looks nice. The VH got a little bonnet scoop on the rear end, on the front of it, sorry, so it looks tough.
Have you got a chance to walk past that orangey goldy colour VK?
No, I haven't had a chance to go past
Very
it yet.
squat at the back. It's got the right stance. It looks really, really tough. And it's a great looking car. So a real credit to the owner of that car. He's done such a great job. But yeah, it is a really good rollout tonight. We've got some great cars. And it's early. We're going to get a heap more.
We certainly will. And actually right next to him, it's great to see this gentleman back again this week. He's got the Datsun Skyline, and it's the 2000 GT, I think it is. He's just told me he's done a few mods to it, and I asked him, what have you done? He said,
not telling you.
Not telling you. But apparently it's making a little bit of extra power on the dyno. So
great.
you know, it's right around 13 seconds. It is a track car. Yes, I'm talking about you.
Yeah, great guys.
They are.
It was really good the first night they come out, and they had a real good chat to you on the mic, and they gave us a rundown on their cars and everything like that. Because when I first seen it, I thought it was actually a Crown, without having a good look at it. So once we found out the story of the car and what he does with it, and it's really good. And he is a true racer. He's not going to tell you what he done to his car to get it a little bit more horsepower out of it.
No, but he did tell me he's actually on his way down to Phillip Island in a couple of weeks too. Yeah, I know. You're pretty excited about that because we were talking about how he went to Winton last year, and you know, I have my thoughts on Winton. It is a bit like I wouldn't say a goat track, but it's a bit like an elongated kart track. So when it comes to Phillip Island, which has got the nice long straights, fast corners, it should suit the Skyline. It does have a decent set of rubber on the rear end of it as well, and obviously it's got no rear seat in it. It's designed for the circuit, not for drag racing, but for the circuit. But look, he's bringing it out. It's great to have one of the members of the Datsun Club here. Of course, not the only Datsun. Of course, you did mention Joe Sabello. He's got the Datsun Skyline, and the wily veteran is back.
Well, it'd be interesting to have a little yak to Joe later, because last week it was definitely no belt on the supercharger because it was running around the 11s. Be interesting to see whether he's put another motor in it or he's just done some work. It would be very interesting. Might even go for a wander down soon.
Well, I can see Adam down there with the camera, so I don't know if we can actually get that onto the live stream as yet.
Yeah, but definitely, sometime during the night, we'll get a bit of information out of Joe to find out what he was up to last week.
Yeah, I reckon he's put a new motor in.
I reckon he has too.
I reckon he's just babying it. But you know what? It's Dial-Your-Own, so regardless whether he's running a low 9 or an 1170, he's still going to get off the line and still got to go quick.
Yeah.
And just behind him, we've got Eden, which has entered his very quick ute.
Yep.
Which was now Real Street, actually, I believe. So it's good to see Eden here. I did see Sammy Joe floating around out the back as well. Sammy Joe Johnson from Dialed-In Racing.
Well, we've got Dave Muscat down there in the Mini too.
Yeah, well, don't discount Dave. He's another man that can be super quick on the lights. Last week, he was actually starting to get his eye in too. He's back to where he normally is. Now, this car, it's coming around the corner up the very back. It threw me a little bit because I only saw the front of it. It's actually a Subaru BRZ.
Oh, is it?
But it's got a Lexus front bar on it, which confused the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It's from Yakuza Motorsports.
Yep.
The guy was telling me that it's been turboed. And it's a beautiful looking car. It really is. As I said, I had to stop and just admire it. They've done a really, really good job with that. It's good to see him too, first timer. And I look forward to seeing more of that car here at Aeroflow Race for Real, as a lot of the other Yakuza Motorsport customer cars. They're a great workshop down at Moorebank, and they've been around for a long, long time. They're really big into the Jap scene, and boy, what those guys don't know about Jap cars in general, it's not worth knowing.
Absolutely. And they're the types of people with a Japanese car, that's where you want to get to. You want to get to the guys that has the knowledge, have done this stuff before, and if not, they're willing to have a go at something new.
That's right.
So, which a lot of the performance shops now are really like that, aren't they?
Well, I think it also benefits the shop as well, because once you start going down one avenue, sometimes you go down, you got the blinkers on, and you're just like, okay, I want to specialise in this. But once you start to branch out, it brings in a new demographic of customers. It gets your brand out there as well, because obviously, that Subaru BRZ wouldn't be just used here at drag strip. Obviously, drive it on the weekend or weekly, take it out on cruises. I know the Subaru BRZ Club or 86 Club is quite big and quite popular. That's a car that I would definitely have my eye on if I was to buy a new car.
Okay.
I think they're a good little package, and talking to him about the car too, because obviously I read a lot of stuff on pages.
Yep.
And look, there's people that say, oh, you know, they're not very reliable, you know, these things go wrong. But when you actually speak to the owners and you're saying, look, this is what I've read, how is it for you? He goes, well, I've had no problem. I mean, he's turboed that thing.
Well, that's
hasn't updated the motor, broken the motor open.
Yep.
So it's turboed, so it's probably only running low boost. But
well, we see tonight, don't we?
Yeah.
You see tonight how that car will perform, and if it hasn't had a lot of engine stuff, you know, how quick it goes, how much boost they're putting through it, and that tells you, it gives you a bit of an idea of reliability, because here it puts a lot of strain on the car.
That's right.
Like you're putting strain on the rear end, the drivetrain, and top end down the bottom of the track. You know, like, so yeah. If something is going to break, it's going to break under these types of conditions, because you're putting it under heaps of stress.
Well, that's right. Well, it is a manual, so you know, it's not putting as much stress on the drivetrain, say like an auto, where you got to load it up and then let it off. So a little bit easier on the drivetrain, so to speak. But you know what? That's, as you said, the big thing with those are the shafts.
Yep.
But you said everyone breaks shafts.
Well,
and that's just part of drag racing or motorsport in general.
It is indeed. You know, you start modifying your car, they're the little things that you find. Okay, so you might find, you know, drive shafts. So you upgrade your drive shafts, you get them right. You know, like then, you might go through a destroy centre bearing or something like that in the tail shaft. So you're finding those weak spots and just improving all the time as you do it. And depending on, you know, like how much you want a drag race or how much you want a circuit race, that, you know, you're finding all the little niches to make it go better. But, you know, if there is a weak spot, it always will show its face. So, and you fix it, and makes the car stronger and better.
Well, the guy on the Skyline, he's actually racing that Mustang, which is at the front of the lanes. Those two, they want to be in the same lane, so a little bit of fun. It's good to see a modern-day Mustang out here, because very much the talk of the town, the Mustangs at the moment, because obviously with 888 Race Engineering going back to Ford. So it'd be, you know, realistically Ford. Well, we don't know what's happening with General Motors yet. At this stage, they're still in the game, but obviously they don't have a car that is here being sold in Australia, and they don't make them anymore for right-hand drive. So, you know, from a marketing point of view, it makes it very hard to sell the product. At least with Toyota and Ford, with the Mustang and the Supra, yes, you can push it. You can push it, and you see it in the sales races. Yes, a lot of it is 4x4s, which I can't wait for our 4x4 night. That's going to be massive. But, you know, the Mustangs now have been around for a long time. The Supras have been out for a while now. It's something that the general public can relate to. And what I like about it is you've got two different styles of fans that you can bring into the sport. You know, you've got the old school V8 fans, and then you've got people like me and a lot of other people that love the JDM imports. So that's they can relate to the Supra, so to speak. So I think it's an exciting time for motorsport, and it will filter here into drag racing as well. Now, speaking about going fast, down on track, just behind that beautiful blue BRZ, the McLaren 720S. Now, the gentleman was saying he took it over that car to roll racing, but tonight he's actually doing real drag racing. So, we've seen the McLarens here before. It's not the first time we've had McLarens here at the track, but they don't come in all the time.
And it's good to see the C on the front window.
Yeah. He's going to enter the comp night. So he's should be in lane 6. He shouldn't be in that lane. So he's actually in the wrong lane. So, gentlemen, in the McLaren, if you can hear me, mate, you need to go into lane 6.
Maybe he wants to put a pass in first.
Maybe. But, he should be in lane 6, not lane 1.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
You know.
Get a couple of passes in under his belt.
No, it'd be quite funny, though, because, you know, like if it's Dial-Your-Own, and he's up against Dave Muscat, you know, effectively Dave Muscat in the Mini could beat him.
True. That's exactly it. Yep.
You know, and being Dial-Your-Own, you know, it's, in a way, it's a harder form of going racing. Because, there's, as you know, Mark, you've done it, but there's so many games you can play in it as well. You know, you can muck around with your time. You can do all sorts
He listened to you.
Oh, he heard me, I think somebody went over and spoke to him. And how ironic, he's going to be behind Donald Baird in the Calais.
Oh, really? Okay.
Geez, if he's racing Donald Baird, we know what Don's like. He does plenty of racing. Of course, he was out on the bike a number of years ago. Now he's in the Calais. Hey, Don, we're talking about you, mate. But
mate, you're going to have to drag the FJ out of the shed and give it a run.
Yeah, we haven't seen the FJ. What's going on, mate? We want you back, mate. But no, look, great field for our comp night, because we do cap it at 32 cars. But if you do lose your first race, guys, don't stress. You can come out and keep racing.
Yep.
But it's going to be a sensational night. Looks like the Sydney Dragway track crew are ready to rock and roll. Keith's got the security guard stance on. Lee's ready to fire. And, of course, the legend himself, Bill Crayley, as our chief starter.
Chief starter, indeed.
Best starter in Australia, I reckon.
And what a great start. VH up against a VK.
Oh, 6-6. No. It's not very often that I say 6-cylinder VK. Most of the VKs we've had out here are all V8s.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit different. Good evening to everybody that is watching via YouTube or Facebook. G'day, guys. Welcome.
Well, VH out there, 1.7, 60 foot. Goes through 11.2, 121 miles an hour. And a 16.1, 84 miles an hour for the 6-cylinder VK.
Well, I got the VL, which looks like it's had a little bit of a whoopsie in the rear end. Looks like he's backed into something, but at least he's racing. Taking on another VL.
Yeah, you got the two VL Calais.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for the white one, though, with the bent bumper, but I'm sure they can get that fixed. G'day, DJ Prowse. How are you, mate? Yeah, welcome to everybody from around Australia and around the world. This is Aeroflow Race for Real. It is our comp night tonight. It's going to be massive. Got a big field of comp cars out the back. And a lot of fantastic street races coming out as well. Alternative tyres from both the VLs. The white VL really struggling for traction off the start line there, Mark.
Yeah, he is indeed. We'll take it, 13.9 at 110 miles an hour to a 13.4 at 113 miles an hour. We got the Cortina.
Yeah, it's good to see that TC Cortina back, actually. He has staged a little bit too far, but...
Yes, staged on the back wheels. Doesn't have it.
No. No. But I'll tell you what, he's a regular racer, this guy. It's not the quickest car, but you know what? That doesn't matter. For him, he's just about enjoying it, coming out and racing. And 0.146 on the tree. The first timer in the confused BRZ. He's telling me he wants to get a emblem for the front of it, like a Lexus.
Oh, the Lexus one? Yeah.
Emblem on the front. Well, 1465 at 101 for the BRZ to a 1671 there for the Cortina, as the Skyline, with a bit of help from Just Engine Management, comes out in the rocket lane and taking on his mate in the Mustang.
Okay, just rolling it back. We just have to get him to come right back and bring it back in, just so we can reset the lights. But Mustang is in. Our starter doesn't miss a thing, does he?
Not at all. Bill Crayley's been around drag racing since the Castlereagh days, and I do say he is Australia's best starter. Not only that, he's a top bloke as well. Tell you what, 089 off the tree there for the Skyline. Not mucking around, but the Mustang just drove around him. 13.25 to a 14.15 there for the Skyline as the blue VK comes out. How nice is this, Mark?
Yeah, great looking car. I wonder if it's a genuine.
I don't know. It's so hard to tell these days.
It is.
They've got it down to a fine art. But he's taking on the Falcon.
Oh, Commodores. Just black tracking all the way out.
Just running standard street tyres on the rear end of that car, the 13.39 to a 13.444. Look at this VK though. He's got the big set of radials on the rear end of it, got the drop tank. And looks like he's taking on one of the dialed-in racing Commodores, the VE.
Yeah, VE sounded nice and strong in the burnout. Okay, the VK just overshooting the starting line. Staged up on the back wheels.
G'day to Jess, who's up in the crowd tonight. Good to see you back again this week, Jessica.
So just to the competitors out there, just coming to the staging, just come in slow. Just slowly ease your way in. You'll see the lights start to come on. You know you're on the right track when they start doing that. If you come in too quick, you can overshoot it.
Well, both cars had to do a bit of a pedal there, Mark. Probably the VE, the bigger of the two. And VK running on through 12.04 to a 12.35.
Not a real lot between them, was there?
No, not at all.
But look at the miles an hour in the VK, 126 to 114. So, yeah, the VK's got plenty more there.
Well, the VE with a 2.043 to the 60, but just past the 60, there was a lot of pedaling going on to get that car. Even the VK, to a certain degree, had to do a bit of a pedal too from about 70 foot out. But we've got a pair of VZs down on track now.
Rocket Lane just got out that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, a lot better than the 60 though, Mark, 2.1.
Absolutely. I think the said over in the Aeroflow lane, maybe a few little problems there, just way off it. So hopefully it's nothing major with the car. They'll get that thing out, get it back to the pits and sort out and roll it on back out again.
We've got another Subaru BRZ down here in the Rocket Lane, about to take on the Falcon. Not too much between them in the 60, only 0.2 of a second. I think the Falcon will stretch its legs and should get the win, but the BRZ is keeping him honest. All he does is get there, 16.05 for the Falcon, 16.25 for the BRZ, as another pair of VZ Commodores come out now too. Well, that blue one sounds tough.
It does indeed. But you can see the benefits there of the other VRZ that come out first with the turbo on it.
Yep.
So it's 2 seconds difference.
Probably eased it off the line a little bit too, just to get a feel for the track, being a first timer. VZ 12.90 to a 13.31. It looks like we're getting into a lot of our cars will be entering the comp night tonight.
Yep.
And we've got Smokin' Joe Sabello down there in the Rocket Lane, his least favourite lane.
It is his least favourite. Yeah, you very rarely see him over that side, but I think he might be just changing it around a bit.
Might tell me too that he's not running the belt tonight. Oh, the Commodore, huge big turn of the tyres. Joe Sabello, though, .005 off the tree, 1.78 in the 60.
Yeah, definitely not running the belt on it. No. 11.8, 116 miles an hour to an 11.7, 125 miles an hour. Like that car, under full charge, it usually gets out of there at a really low 1.3 in the 60. And then it can go, you know, like an 8.9 through the bottom end.
All right, we've got Eden out now in the Area 51. 21 custom performance ute, and he's taking on an absolute legend of New South Wales drag racing. That's Danny Stadelmeyer in the AU Falcon. Manually shifted.
Yep.
Both these guys race at our state champ rounds, our New South Wales state championship rounds. But Danny Stadelmeyer straight off the tree in 0.42, 1.8 through the 60, even out with a 1.92 in the 60. And he goes to 10.58 with a 6 and 139 to a 13.9. So I dare say he's wicked it up just a little bit.
I reckon he has. And Danny, super quick on the lights as he is. And the good thing about these guys getting to put a couple of passes in, it's now given them an idea where they're sitting for their dial-in. So, yeah, they should be grabbing their time cards and keeping those and having a real good read. And that'll give them a really good idea of what they're going to dial in.
Well, I'll tell you what, down in the Aeroflow lane, we've got Craig Warren, who normally drives the Sydney Scrap Steel Tirana in Super Street. Tonight he's brought out the VN Commodore.
Tell you what's a clean, tidy VN.
Oh, yeah, he looks after it. And I don't know if that's one of the Varellis family down there at the Bounty, 15.1 to 15.82. As Dark 69 comes out now, and he's taking on Sean in the Hyundai. Sean Dartmoor, otherwise known as Hollywood. And Josh Clapp in the Corvette Stingray, 502 cubes of chef power on board for Josh. Oh, red light there for Sean Dartmoor. Well, at least it's not actual racing, but I'll tell you what, Josh Clapp, he's got a bit of an issue there, Mark.
That is so, I have not ever seen, all the time that car's been out here, ever have a problem. It was been so reliable. Hopefully it's nothing major. He got it slowed down to a decent speed and he's moving over towards the side of the track, but didn't hear anything.
No.
It sounded nice and clean off the line.
But unfortunately there for Sean, look, it is a red light. Thankfully Mark wasn't racing, because even though, you know, he got to the line first, he would have lost. So, but unfortunately there for the Corvette, Mark, I don't know, it was real weird. It came out, it didn't look like there was anything untoward with the car. I don't know whether it was more a precaution just to make sure.
Maybe, because it's still driving.
Yeah.
Still under its own power, so which is a good thing.
All right, well, it's been a while since we've seen the Bogan out here at Sydney Dragway. He's got the nitrous bottle in the back of the ute. And he's taking on Dave Muscat in the little Mini. Dave, he had a crack at the lights, 0.066 red, so the Bogan out with a 1.80 in the 60, because he runs in Super Street as well, and 12.03 with 3 at 112 miles per hour there, and Danny's, and the little Mini with a 16.003 at 87 miles an hour, so just getting their eyes in, but yeah, Bill has picked up something on the track. It looks like it has come off the Bogan. Now, a little birdie told me as well that Johnny Habib was going to be here at Race4Real tonight, and is going to be keeping people up to date on his live stream about what's happening with the No Prep Kings. Of course, last week we had a few of the No Prep Kings cars out doing a bit of testing, and that was an exciting night and really gives people a perspective of what that style of racing is about.
Absolutely. I reckon it opened up a lot of eyes.
I reckon it did. But I reckon tonight will open up a lot of eyes as well, but unfortunately there is something on the track.
We've got a frog.
It's a frog, is it? Looks like we've got a frog on the track.
I think it's a frog. It's hopping like one.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not a French frog, thankfully. We haven't had a Peugeot go down the track, so that's a good thing. Sorry if there's any Peugeot drivers that watch Aeroflow Race for Real, but you know. Sorry, Adam. I know you're into Eurocars. Erratic performance of frog-powered ute. Probably hitched a ride on the bogan here to the track just quite.
Well, yeah. What if he paid entry?
I hope so. Hey, Keith. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but it's a bit unfortunate there. I don't know how to cook frog legs, so
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It's no use to you.
Yeah, it's no use to me. Yeah. All right, the McLaren 720S coming out now. This car has been over to roll racing, but tonight throwing it down on the drag strip. He's up against the Austrac supported Calais, which is Donald Baird.
No, I don't think Donald's.
Oh, he's not going to race.
No. So, kind of go out by himself.
It looks like he's going to be taking on Brett Stutchbury. Or one of the Stutchburys anyway, from Dialed-In Racing. I know that car is quick. It's one of our super street cars.
It has got a huge turbo on that thing.
Yeah. All right, the McLaren out with a 1.85 in the 60. And a 10.17 with a 141. Not bad for a first pass.
Great pass, yeah. 140 miles an hour is, you know, like bouncing around the mid-nines.
Yeah. All right, Brett Stutchbury, with help also from PSC Racing, Mark Duskalakis, helps him out with that.
Tell you what, he does a great job because that car is quick in it.
It's very quick.
Yep.
So Top Fuel Street have come out in force tonight. Donald Baird, 0.085 reaction time on the tree, but Brett Stutchbury out with a 1.62 in the 60, and the Dialed-In Racing Commodore 9.64 with a 2 at 146 miles an hour.
Wow, and 13.0, 108 miles an hour for Donald.
All right. That looks a bit like Sammy Joe's car down there in the Aeroflow lane, and Bill Hatson-Nicolas probably down there in the HQ and at a guess.
Absolute mint HQ GDS, isn't it?
It is. Because Bill, a well-known drag racer in his own right, used to have a very nice Chevy he used to run in super sedan. Used to look like an old super stock car. Sammy Joe had a crack at the lights, 0.008, 1.66 in the 60. Bill Hatson-Nicolas, massive amount of tyre spin, but 11.71, 114.
And 17.0 at 88 miles an hour. They just smoked the tyres off the line.
Well, Mark, we've got Lockie McCaskill down there now in the supercharged V6 Ute. Because he's one of our former junior dragster drivers. The McCaskill family, they're quite big in the New South Wales State Champ rounds. And it's great to see Lockie out here tonight. As part of the Comp 9, it is Dial-Your-Own Racing. And he knows a fair bit about it. And he's also used to leaving off a foot brake as well, especially driving a junior dragster, which is quicker than that Commodore to the half track. And the 1391 with a 3 at 98.
That's a great time.
It is, yeah.
We're just now moving over to the bikes. Looks like we've got a smaller cube bike in the Aeroflow lane. A tiny back tyre on it.
Yeah, not quite as, well, almost as tiny as Brett Copping's Suzuki that he races. Little cheese cutter. Don't forget, guys, too, this Friday here at Sydney Dragway, we've got Thank God It's Friday. It's our dedicated burnout night. So if you're into the burnouts, guys, make sure you grab your tickets online, or you can buy them here at the track as well. But that's Friday night, guys. Thank God it's Friday.
That is trying hard.
Well, I've got to say, the jackpot hasn't gone off for a little while.
No.
Michael Riches.
Definitely sticking some heat into that tyre.
Absolutely on board.
Oh.
His Hayabusa.
Rolling back out.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe something's not right. Or did he just come out just to clean that tyre up first before he wants to put it down the track?
Yeah. All right, we're back into the cars and the elite. White balls, weak. Okay, 6-6. Got a nice note to it, actually. That
Yeah. Well, they had the black motor in the VKs. It wasn't a. It was sort of the end of run of that type of motor. Some of them come out injected. Majority of them are carburetted. But the VH 1.6 in the 60 goes through 11 to 121 miles an hour.
It's a well-sorted car.
Yeah, absolutely.
That VH.
And 16.9, 80 miles an hour.
G'day RC, how are you, mate? Welcome to the live stream. So we've got another tough VL 6-cylinder out in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on the BRZ.
The Lexus BRZ.
Yeah, Lexus, the confused BRZ. Yes, Yakuza Motorsports. I love the look of that car though. It's got that real time attack look about it, GT look. I love
I actually like the front bar on it.
Yeah,
the front
I do
bar
too,
looks
actually.
really good.
Yeah, it's actually the first BRZ/86 I've seen with that front bar on.
Oh, the VL real loose off the line. Gathers it up though. Goes through 13.7, 108 miles an hour to a 15.3 at 102 miles an hour. I actually think the BRZ might have I sort of heard it down the bottom end of the track, hit the limiter.
Yeah.
Just took a little bit too far.
Yeah, they don't like hitting red line.
No.
It's got a little bit of fluid. Just got to do a quick mop up in aisle 1 before we've got this beautiful looking blue Mustang about to come out, taking on the Cortina.
Well, Stewie, look down in lane 2.
Ooh, hello.
Early Mazda.
Yeah.
121, I think it is.
Wonder if it's got a rotor in.
Hope so.
So do I. Just quiet. Nice earlier model Subaru WRX down there too.
Yep.
Very nice. Sylvia on its way in too. Well, I'll tell you what, the Cortina got the better reaction time, but the Mustang drives around him at around half track and just cruises on through with the 14.14. Sounded like he actually got off it just before the finishing line.
Yeah. Skyline treed the Mustang last time. We'll see how he goes this time. And again.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Skyline 2.05 in the 60.
But the Coyotes got those cubes just to carry him through.
Yeah, but the Skyline's keeping you modest. Oh, man.
Not a lot between them, is there?
No, 7/100ths of a second.
13.2 to a 13.8.
Wow. Not much in that at all.
That's a good bit of racing. That's
It is.
yeah.
Considering you got the Skyline, which is manual, and then you've got the Mustang, which is probably an auto. All right, the Falcon up against the Commodore. 0.24 and 3. That's a good reaction time there for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, anything with a 0 in front of it, you're going really well. You're cutting a good line.
Of course, whoever wins the comp night tonight, they win $250.
Oh, great.
So there is money up to play for. Now it's open to cars only. And the first round hits the track at about 8 p.m.
Good to see as we get it, everything sorted out, that we can open it up to the bikes.
Yeah, that's right. That'd be good if we could do it to the bikes.
Yeah, then we could like run the cars and run the bikes separate because you couldn't put them side by side.
No.
Because there are rules about cars can't race motorbikes.
That's right. Yeah. What are you guys going on about on YouTube? RC, be careful, fist pumping Stu, you will hit him in the head. What? Sicko, you just punched him in the nose. Oh, jeez. Panel Van Man, what have you started?
All right, we got the VK Commodore up against the VZ Commodore.
A little turn of the left rear tyre out of the VK. Hurt him just a little bit in the 60. 2.04, still very good, but it's on a good pass. 11.46 with a 9.
Little puff of smoke out of the VK as he just got off that.
Oh, did he? I got the other BRZ about to hit the track in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the VZ Commodore. The BRZ, much better reaction time. Not too much between them in the 60. But the Commodore stretches legs with a 14.74 to 15.9 for the BRZ as the VF Commodore comes out now.
Yeah, he's up against the Falcon.
Haven't seen the quick VFs for a little while here at Sydney Dragway.
No.
Don't know whether the boys are just having the rest or they're doing some more modifications to them.
I thought we might have seen the black one back out. Boys done really well that team, the guys. Done great with that car and went great all night with that car. And the way they sort of played every pass. They just played into the car they were racing. Kept a little bit up their sleeve.
All right, we've got the red VE back out from Dialed In Racing, taking on this beautiful looking ute.
It is, isn't it? Really clean and tidy.
It's sensational. G'day Shane, how are you mate? Welcome to the live stream. Got a big night of off-street drag racing tonight. Tell you what, did you just see what I saw? There's that black VL and had something poking out of the bonnet, which is in the staging lanes.
And
that's exciting.
Dado?
Yeah, little Dado.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of induction hanging out of the bonnet of the VL.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a lot of our Street Fighter and Super Street competitors here tonight that have entered the Dial-Your-Own comp night. So that's pretty exciting because not only do you want to win, I mean, of course, you don't race not to win, but we've got Street Fighter versus Super Street, which generally when you come down New South Wales State Champ rounds, obviously they're in two different categories. Tonight, they're actually all in one bracket. So that's going to be pretty exciting because can Top Fuel Street, can they hold on and win the event? Because the Street Fighter guys are very, very quick on the lights. So it's exciting, going to be an exciting night of racing here tonight at Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Race for Real.
Well, 12.0, 129 miles an hour to a 13.5 at 106 miles an hour. But that VE Commodore, I think he skipped gear and started searching for another one. But miles an hour, it carried really high.
Yeah, I'd like to say hello to Ruby. Hello, Ruby. How are you tonight? Do I get a wave up here in the commentary box, Ruby? Hello. You probably can't see me, but I am waving to you. Ruby, who's up with Jessica, up in the grandstand, enjoying the racing tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real. It is our comp night. Big thank you to Aeroflow Performance for their support of off-street drag racing. And I tell you what, it's just getting bigger and bigger at the street scene. Oh man, look at this, Mark. Now there's something I haven't seen for a little while. The VR or VS Club Sport.
Yes.
Especially that clean. Geez, that's nice.
Yeah, they definitely hit the market when they come out because they had a great shape and Rocky's influence all over it. They performed well.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Credit to the owner of that Commodore that is about to come out. Of course, the model car that really put Craig Lowndes on the map too.
Yep.
Back in the day. Well, 15.92 there for the Commodores. Craig Warren comes out now, about to take on Danny Stoudemire. Now this should be a fun race because these guys are good mates off track, as are a lot of the Super Street and Street Fighter competitors. They're really good mates off track, but I'll tell you what, as soon as that helmet goes on, it's fire and brimstone. I can tell you right here and now, and you've got manual versus auto, both of them 6 cylinders. Oh, Danny Stoudemire, he's got the radar on tonight, .010 on the tree. I'll tell you what, when it comes to Dial-Your-Own Racing, he's not a runner-up or a track champion for no reason. Danny Stoudemire, 13.92 with 7 or 15.777 for Craig Warren. As Joe Sabello comes out now, taking on Sean Dartnell.
Actually, I can't wait for this competition to start.
Neither can I.
Because I want to see what these guys are dialing in and how close they're going to their dial-ins and how much they're going to play, like, as the night goes on, if they change their dial-in or not.
Well, Sean Dartnell's generally pretty good on the lights as well. Another red light there from Sean. Joe out with an 041. And a 12.57 with an 8 at 102. As this very tough VL comes out now.
Wow. That is a hefty burnout.
That's just baking those rear tyres. But I'll tell you what, he's up against Dave Muscat in what the guys on YouTube call the Maxi.
I'll tell you what, off the line, you've got to be really good because Dave, most of the time, he will treat you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very sharp on the lights. After the lights, different story.
That's right. Oh, Dave out 0.31 on the tree. That Commodore 1.70 in the 60. It's going to be a good time from him, a 10.81 at 135. But Yeah, as you said, Mark, it's Dial-Your-Own Racing, so you've got to sharpen up on the lights. A .115 is not going to cut it, especially when you're up against people like these two that are coming out now. Eden in the VX Ute. He's got the 838 cubic inch LS1. Turboed LS. He's got a big set of radials on the rear end, but he's taking on Brett Starchbury as well from Dialed In Racing. This is a genuine 9-second Commodore, but to Dial-Your-Own Racing, that's a different kettle of fish.
Just bump that in a stage. 1.664 to a 1.8 for the Ute.
Yeah, 0.22 on the tree there for Brad. A 9.67 with the 5, 146 miles an hour to a 10.37 with the forward, 140. So Eden's going to find it tough to pick a dial in.
Yeah, Eden's he's not too far off though. Like a 10.3 at 140 miles an hour, 9.6 at 146 miles an hour. So he's only 6 miles an hour out of it. That's just down the bottom end. It's just falling over a little bit, like it's running out of the horsepower. What the sedan didn't. It just carried through.
Yeah. Well, Sammy Jo Johnson out there. Big congrats to Sammy Jo as well. Well, her 100th wicket in her top level cricket that she plays. She's taking on Donald Baird. No 38 in tree though for Sammy, and 11.70 with a 7 to a 13.04 with a 7, 108. Now, War Pig is here tonight. Been a little while since we've seen the War Pig out here at Sydney Dragway. This is a very, very tough HQ. Or HZ. J. One of the H's.
Yeah,
anyway.
One of them H cars.
Yeah, one of those H things. I just called it Kingswood, you know. But, yeah, it's a tough looking car. It's got a set of radials on the rear end of it. We've got Adam down there with the camera. And we've had some fantastic shots that are coming to you via the live stream from down there.
We've got this really great looking HQ GTS down in the Aeroflow lane. And both these cars have the seat on the back window. Mop up down on the line. So just to all the competitors, just make sure your air conditioning is off, because you can guarantee you come out, do the burnout, and if you've got the air conditioning going, all that condensation will drop onto the track, and the starter will back out.
All right, well, Bill Hattie out there in the Aeroflow lane. Very, very good racer in his own right. Just with tonight's comp night as well, guys, basically it's run what you brung, and hopefully you can get as close to your dial in as possible. It doesn't matter if you've got front wheel drive, a rear wheel drive, or all wheel drive. It's Dial-Your-Own Racing.
HJ buttoned off real early, but rolls through 11.3 at 101 miles an hour. And 14.8 at 89 miles an hour for the QE. He got out of that too.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, Brad. Yeah, it's about an alphabet car with an H in front of it. So, yeah. All right, Lockie McCaskill out now in the Aeroflow lane.
.4 at 99 miles an hour to a 15.2, 92 miles an hour. Another really great competitor, the Black Cortina.
Yeah, Dave Martisevic. I'll tell you what, we talk about tough races in drag racing, and I know in the Street Fighter class or Super Street, they don't get much tougher than Dave Martisevic. If you can beat Dave in Dial-Your-Own Racing, you've done well.
Yep.
Now the McLaren 720S ran a 10 on its previous pass. 0.67 on the tree there for David Martisevic in the Cortina. And a 10.62 with a forward, 126. Geez, that's a good pass. Here goes to McLaren. Now, he won't have time to spool his car up in competition.
Listen to the whistle out of that thing.
Yeah, 10.06 with 2.
Gone quicker again. But the Cortina, a 10.6, 126 miles an hour. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing with these turbo cars. You know, you can have a turbo car in the comp, but when it comes to actual racing, you're not going to have time to spool it up.
No.
You need to be on it and gone, because these NA and boosted cars, like Warpig, a few of the other ones, these guys are very quick on the lights, have been racing for a long time. Yeah, point all the way through red in the Aeroflow lane. Man.
Yep.
All right, Michael Richards out now on the Hayabusa. A modified bike.
It's good, the bit of sportsmanship to the guy beside him. Just sat there, waited for him to do his burnout and rolled down before he moved into the lights. So, yeah.
Yeah, excellent sportsmanship there. Now, Michael wants to try and get this bike back into the high eights. That turn of the tyre there, probably not going to help him, though. 31 on the tree. And goes a 9.52 with a 9 at 148 to an 11.78 at 114. Well, that Mazda doesn't sound like it's got a rotor in it, but it's got something tough underneath that bonnet, because there's a big flash of flame that came out of that exhaust pipe.
Yeah. Something turboed under there.
Whoa. So the Mazda just needs to bring it back into the centre of the Aeroflow lane. It's not really where you want to be in that area of the lane. He runs on through with 13.37.3 to a 16.89 in the rocket lane.
That was a good pass out of that Mazda, 120 miles an hour. And he pedalled that a lot off the line.
Or he had to. All right, we've got the Yakuza Motorsports BRZ. About to come out. It's got the red lights flashing. See the quad just down in the deep end. So maybe just picking something up off the track.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Wes is on it.
VK up against the Mustang. VK is cross-ended, a couple of drivers on it. Which you can do that if you want to bring a car out and you and your mate race it. Or you can enter it for a passenger ride in it as well, under certain circumstances.
Yes, that's exactly right. All right, the turboed BRZ about to take on the VL.
What, that VL's loaded with extras, got the slide back sunroof and everything in it?
Yeah. Much better pass from him too on this one. A 13.34 to a 14.22. That's not a bad pass there actually for the BRZ. Yep. All right, the VH coming out now. Taking on the Mustang.
I can't wait to see the little Dado come out.
Yeah, I can't either.
That put in some really good passes last week, and at the end of the night, I think they just turned it up a little bit more, and it just showed its true potential, didn't it?
Well, the guy's getting in a lot of work for no Prep Kings, and look who's just turned up in the lanes.
Yes.
Simon Krieger in the one-tonner. So no doubt Johnny Habib is floating around somewhere as well. But wow.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing innocent about that one-tonner, is there?
No, there's not. No. Hey, Crikes, what did you tell me you were coming?
It's a secret.
I thought you were keeping me in the loop, man. What's going on?
We've got the Nissan up against the Falcon.
Oh, yeah, the S15 Sylvia. Oh, I got two of them tonight. How lucky are we? We don't get to see them out very often.
Oh, the grey one sitting in the burnout box has got a passenger on board.
Yeah, I'm not much of a Nissan fan, but I have driven one of these S15s, funnily enough, around Bathurst.
Yep.
Yes, it was at speed limit, but I've still driven one, and they are sensational to drive.
Yeah.
They really are.
Mate, I've actually done a few laps in an XYGT round there.
Oh, that would have been fun.
I wasn't driving, I was passengering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that was, and by the speed limit, of course.
Yeah, but still would have been an experience.
It was good, yep.
Yeah, especially when you get down to the dipper. Oh, no, turn of the tyres for Sylvia, and it's gone nowhere. I hope they've broken a drive shaft. No, he might have just stalled it.
Yep, perfect.
Oh, that's all right. What's this, RC? We're speaking Auslish. Well, man, you're English, so, you know. That can be hard to understand for us Aussies as well, mate.
The Falcon up against the Cortina.
Yeah, the Cortina and the Falcon. The forwards have come out in force tonight.
They have indeed, haven't they?
Which is good to see, because, you know, generally we get a lot of holdings. It's nice to have an even balance.
Yep.
Well, 0.127 to a 0.197.
But then, look at lane 4. Commodore.
I think all the Commodore drivers knew the Dial-In Racing were here tonight, so I think they put the call out.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, the Mustang about to take on the Skyline. Part of the New South Wales Datsun Club. As I mentioned earlier at the top of the show, this car will be going down to Phillip Island. The driver will be down there having a little bit of fun.
That'd be a great track for that car, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be sensational to have
really
a crack around.
Flowing that track.
Yeah, I think it'll suit it too. Whilst it's a sedan, it's not a big car.
Yep.
A 1393 to a 1346. And it's got BMW versus BMW. The yellow one has got the number plate Maniac, which you know, you take it both ways.
Yep. Got a sound of their own, the Beamers, haven't they?
Yeah, they do. They do.
It's got like a raspy cackle to it.
Yeah, they really sound sensational in circuit racing. Because
but these guys haven't staged on the back wheels. They just staged way off wheels.
Yeah, they're trying to stage on the Christmas tree. Guys, you need to reverse back.
A long way.
Yeah, a long way. No, I don't know. They're not first timers, so they should know how to stage their car.
They just got a bit excited in the burnout.
Yeah, probably.
But yep, they realised and rolled them back, so it's all good. I think we've all done that before.
Well, some of us.
I haven't.
I've never done it.
Stewie.
you know, never going over the start line.
Nah.
No, I do the right thing. I go to the line slowly. Now, that BMW Maniac certainly went the direction I thought it was going to go, straight towards the burnout pad. And rides on through an 11.00 with an 8, 130 to an 11.76 at 115. As we've got the blue XR6 back again this week, taking on this beautiful looking VL. Now he's got front runners on the front of this VL as well, which tells me he might have a set of very small slicks on the rear end.
Yep. Yeah, you can't get big slicks underneath the back of them. Well, nice big strong burnout from the Commodore.
Yeah, it certainly sounds nice, that car. Because we've been very lucky here in Australia. We've had some very, very tough VLs over the years.
Yeah, there's some very good builders out there that have put together some really tough cars.
1397 with a 5. A bit of smoke coming out of it though in the deep end. Out of the right-hand side of the car by the look of it too.
Wonder if he's got a bit of tyre rubbing there, or...
It's smoking all the way down through the braking area.
Yeah,
but
it's getting worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting a bit worse.
Hopefully it's nothing too bad, but usually a lot of smoke like that isn't good.
Well, I don't think it'd be too bad because our track crew haven't radioed through to say, guys, just hold them up. All right, I love this VK.
Yeah, it looks tough, doesn't it? Especially that drop tank in the back.
It does. I always thought drop tanks always looked great on the Tiranas, but they also look good on the early model Commodores as well. Well, 0.182 reaction time there. Both of them, though, sub 2 seconds to the 60.
VK just pedalled it out of there, on and off, just to get the thing to the ground. And 11.4, 125 miles an hour to a 12.6 for the Aeroflow lane. So definitely a bit of driving involved in that one.
Absolutely. There's only 0.03 of a second difference to the 60 between both cars. A little bit of fluid that has come out of the VK. Started just down there doing a quick mop up in the rocket lane. I've got the VZ down here in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on the other 86, or BRZ, I should say.
There's a bit of movement around the little Dado out there, Stu.
Yeah, can't wait to see that coming out. Of course, it's got the Barra Turbo underneath the bonnet.
Yeah, a very strong one.
Okay, so I just had a message come through from Dean Grimer. The Tiger Orange VK, your fellow commentator was talking about his mine.
Okay,
Laugh
cool.
out loud. Just been wrapped and revamped. Thanks, Dean, for letting me know.
Wow.
Dean Grimer. Thanks, Dean.
I think I can hear a Barra. Very tough Barra.
I just had a message through from Brendan saying that yellow Mazda 3 T3 is definitely a rotary. Okay.
Cool.
Thanks very much, Brendan.
Well, 13.8, 96 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane, and 16.3 for the Rocket lane. Commodore.
The VE for Dialed-In Racing desperately trying to get some heat into those tyres, but look who he's up against, Dimitri.
Yep.
In the FDL number plated Audi wagon. This is a genuine 10-second car. This is super quick. Brett Carr's just asked, do we have a fuel pump here at Sydney Dragway? No, we don't, Brett. No, we don't have a fuel pump here at the track. So the guys have got to fuel up before they get to the track, or if you've got a car like it's about to come out now, a lot of the guys will run E85. So they'll bring drums in or they'll run some race fuel. All right, the Barra Turbo Swap Datsun 1600 out now. Sponsored by Coolabah Homes. This is one of the cars that was testing last week for No Prep Kings, which will be coming up during the year. What you run to the 8th mile, and hopefully you can make it stick to the track. Well, you left before the 3rd amber.
Wow.
1.36 in the 60.
Still goes through for a 9.5.
Yeah. Right, got another tough early model Commodore, taking on this beautiful looking VR or VS Club Sport. Nice run with an 11.44 with an iron at 119. As VZ 6 litre comes out now in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Mustang. Actually, you know who I'm surprised didn't enter the comp light tonight? I thought Alicia Teal might have entered her car. Because car well known through the drag challenge here in Australia.
Did this QE down here remind you of it?
Yeah, very much so. That's a tough looking QE, isn't it?
It is indeed, yep.
Set of slicks on the rear end of it. .61 in the 60. Out of the QE.
Just come off the Commodore.
Wow, 11.03 with an 8 at 123. That looked beautiful off the line there.
Yeah, it did indeed. Track as well. Okay, a few bits of rubber and stuff, I think. Not really sure, but there is a few bits and pieces down there.
at the track down there, around the 60 foot. Not quite sure what has come off that car, or the bottles are coming out, which tells me it might be just a few little spots of oil.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot down there. But Stewie, a lot of movement around the 1 tonner down there, which is good.
Yeah, the legend Simon Krieger getting strapped in into the 1 tonner. I love that car.
Yeah.
Actually, I love all Simon's cars. I mean, when he builds something, he builds them well. Now, it did seem, watching the run out of that Datsun 1600, just to see what it was doing.
Yep.
Looks like we've got a few drops of oil at about to 80 foot out. So what we might do, guys, just while we've got this little break, we might throw up to some ads from some of our great sponsors here at City Dragway. We'll be back very, very soon with our comp night here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thank you very much.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program?
All right, guys, you're back here. Aeroflow Race4Real comp night tonight. And we've had the tractor just run out, do a quick drag over the track, clean it up. Stewie's been out, he's put the flags back up. So we're ready to race. We can hear some cars firing up, and I tell you what, we've got some really tough cars lining up to come out.
All right, Danny Stademeyer and the mighty AU Falcon taking on one of the Varillas brothers in the Falcon.
It's great to see P-platers out here having a laugh, you know, having a ball. Good stuff.
Well, both these guys run in Street Fighter at our New South Wales State Championship Series. Got plenty of experience when it comes to Dial-Your-Own racing. As I mentioned, Danny Stademeyer, he's not a track champion for no reason.
Cuts a mean light every time, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I like the saying on the back of the Hyundai, haters gonna hate.
Now, Dimitri, who's out the back in the Audi wagon, I've got a message for you, mate. Fiona's watching the live stream and said that your kids are cheering from the lounge room and they want to see you run a 10.1 tonight. So, Dimitri, the family are watching intently as we put our eyes back to the track. We've got Sean Dartnell about to take on Craig Warren. Craig Warren, 0.21 on the tree in the VN Commodore, the Sydney Scrap Steel sponsored car, and of course Sean Dartnell in Hyundai i30N. Has won rounds of Super Street, Street Fighter before.
I'll tell you what, Stu, 15.7 is not too bad for a V6 Commodore.
No, it's not. Oh, this should be a good race. Donald Baird taking on David Muscat.
Should be indeed. Let's see who can tree who.
I reckon. I've got my money on Don, but both of them.
Well, Dave went bigger in the red, so that goes across to Don. And Don's got the Cubes top end to take the race.
All right, we've got the Bogan back out in the Aeroflow lane. Joseph Zurib down there, the 99. Sorry, the Holden 8Z Ute. It's the 383 Chev with nitrous on board. Did a quick purge of nitrous up against Bill Hatsy.
Oh, Huey just really loose off the line every time.
Yeah, he hasn't raced for a little while, Joe Zurib. It's the first time I've seen the Bogan out for a little while, but a 12.49 to a 15.94, so you want to sharpen up on the lights a little bit. As we've got another of the Varillas brothers out now in his Falcon.
I'll tell you what, Stu, I reckon we would not be too far off having a full complement for our competition.
I hope we do. I really do, because as we said last week, you know, this Dial-Your-Own is what people have been asking for.
Yep.
And it looks like it's been well represented tonight as well. And I think it's fun. I think it's going to be fun because you've got a lot of people that race a fair bit, but then you've got people that don't race all the time, but they come here to Aeroflow Race4Real.
Yes, yep.
They've got their eye in on our tree. And of course, when it comes to our New South Wales State Champ rounds,
yep,
for the guys that are racing tonight, that's an extra lap for them.
Doesn't that sound crisp and clean?
It does.
Real strong in a burn out. Actually sounds really good just down there free revving as well, just burning out that bit of fuel.
Yeah, it's got a set of small set of slicks on the rear end of it as well. Well, an 0.24 the tree there from one of the Varillas brothers. But that Commodore 1.56 at the 60 mark. Oh wow, 10.23. At 137.
Yep, 15.4, 92 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. But yeah, that VL Commodore, what a great pass. Dead straight all the way down. But what a great burnout from the one-tonner.
Well, looks like we've got Brett Stutchbury back out in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Simon Krieger from Innocent Motorsports. Great to see Kriegs here tonight. Of course, him and Johnny Habib right behind the No Prep Kings. And see, I think that's Johnny down there actually beside the track. Hey, Johnny, how are you, brother? Mate, if you've got time, come up here to the commentary box, mate. We want to have a little chat with you. Oh, Christ! Little bit of attitude off the start line. 1.47 in the 60. Parachute out before the end, and an 8.63 with a 7 at 140 miles per hour. And a 12.12 with a 9, 115. So that may not have been Brett Stutsbury actually out there in the VZ, because it seemed a little bit down.
Yeah, it did indeed.
All right, the Kawasaki back out in the Aeroflow lane. Now, this guy went .001 red on his first pass. I've got a feeling that he might take 000 tonight. I've just got this gut feeling.
Well, I'll tell you what, I better put a smile on his face.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he wins that, he can put it towards probably getting a new rear tyre for his bike. Got that real pro bike stance over the front bars.
Oof.
Oh, 044 and tree though for the rocket lane.
Yep.
Man, the bike's turning it on tonight.
The Aeroflow lane just went in deep, but then just pulled it out again. So it was just on the edge of it. But we did find out that the Mazda is a rotary.
Yep. Good to see it's got a rotary in the little 323. But this VH, I've been impressed with this car this evening. And tell you what, the Mazda, once again, Mark, just moving over to the right-hand side to that 330-foot mark. 11.57 there for the Commodore, but a 12.54 for the little Mazda.
Big miles an hour though. Yeah. 122 miles an hour. So yeah, I think once he gets that thing off the line a bit better, improves that 60, yeah, you'll see a heap better bottom end time.
All right, the FGX Falcon down here in the Aeroflow lane, taking on an earlier model Lancer. Falcon out with a 2.16 in the 60. Nice 12.39, 117, as we've got the Sylvia about to take on the WRX. This should be a good race between two JDM legends. Wow, the Subi out 1.86 in the 60. Tell you what, they don't build them like they used to, do they?
No, no.
Nice rolling through with 13.45, 13.36 there for the Sylvia, as the other Sylvia is back out. Great to see it back.
Yeah, indeed, weren't real sure whether he heard it or not the previous when he come out, but seems to be all good.
No.
He's sitting on it. That's nearly there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to get Ben to take the Suzuki back out for another run.
Just need to harass him a little bit. Bring that bike out.
All right, the B&W. Obviously got a little bit happy and probably shouldn't have done what he done. So he's talking to by our starter. He's taking on the little Cortina. Well, 2.09 with a 1 and 60 there for the Beamer. The little Cortina, it may not be quick, but it's consistent.
Yeah, that goes a long way.
Yeah. There's a nice close-up shot of Ben sitting on his bike. All right, the Falcon about to take on Maniac. This BMW. 1.82 in the 60. This looks like a much better pass than the Maniac. A bit tidier off the start line. And through that first 60 and an 11.16, 128 miles an hour. As Dean Reimer comes out now in the Elite White Walls VK Commodore 6.6. And one of our beautiful looking blue VKs that is out here.
And the other VK found out it's just been all rewrapped and everything.
Yeah, Dean down there.
Yep.
Dean's had this car for quite a long time.
Blue VK Commodores. Well, VK just getting a little bit out of shape off the line, but drives through it, gets it nice and straight down the bottom end.
I've just been told by Adam Heron that Maniac, which is coming up the return road now, has entered the Eurofest and probably out doing a little bit of testing. Apparently there's $1,000 up for grabs.
Wow, cool.
For the top 30.
Yep.
So that's here at Sydney Dragway by the guys. Towards the end of March, we've got the Eurofest. And from what Adam was telling me earlier, they've pretty much sold out of racing spots. So they're pretty much full, which is fantastic to see. Of course, they have the show and shine.
Yep.
There'll be roll drags, drag racing. So if you're into Euro cars, guys, make sure you check that out here at Sydney Dragway. Geez, I'd love to see that up against the McLaren 720S. It'd be like the Bathurst 12-hour on the drag strip. We're pretty lucky tonight. We've got BMW, Berg, McLaren. Geez, that VE Commodore sounds aggressive, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah. Sounds great. .7, 131 miles an hour for the Merc, to an 11.1, 126 miles an hour for the VE Commodore. With the VZ Commodore against the VF.
Yeah, the VF though is angled straight towards the 330-foot mark. Straightens it up in the 60, 2.16 for the VF.
11.7, 124 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane, and 14.9, 98 miles an hour for the Aeroflow Lane. VZ Commodore up against the Beamer.
This Beamer looks tough, doesn't it? Just that stance on it and the body kit look on it as well.
It's got the mafia look. Everything's blacked out.
Love it. Tell you what, 1.81 in the 60 from the Beamer. Tell you what, the other car too, 1.96 in the 60. Both of them on a good solid pass. 10.61 out of the Beamer. 133 miles per hour. Another early model Commodore making its way out the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Audi. Tell you what, the Audi out 1.75 in the 60, but the Commodore got the better reaction time, 0.581, and he's going to smoke him at 12.15, 122 to an 11.67, 115. As Dimitri is out now in the Audi wagon.
Well, the family's put the pressure on, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah, they demand results.
Boy. Well, you know when the wife's watching that, you know, she wants to see where all the money's gone.
Well, it's money well spent. This thing is quick.
It is very quick. I'll tell you what, the Commodore though, 1.68 in the 60, but Dimitri has got the legs going. And a 1060 with a 2 at 133.
11.5, 116 miles an hour for the Commodore.
Yeah, still a good pass there though from Dimitri and FDL. As this very tough VL Calais comes out. About to take on the Mustang. Certainly different when you see them with the two carbureted or the air cleaners hanging out of the bonnet.
Yep.
Don't see that much anymore these days.
Nah, it's so much stuff's forced injection. You know, so induction, I should say. Yeah.
So guys, at 8 p.m, we're going to start our first round of racing for the comp night. We've got 20 cars entered. Wow.
Is that a Skyline?
I'm just looking at that. Yeah, the R32 Skyline.
Definitely looks like a track car, doesn't it?
It does. It's got a GDR Festival sticker on the rear end of it. Of course, Andrew Hawkins runs that event here at Sydney Dragway, and it is massive. And R32 Godzilla. Mimes number plate. Now, I'm pretty sure Andrew's done a feature on this car before on Motor Video YouTube page. It's got a full roll cage in it as well, so very much used for the track. I can't wait to see this thing. 1.90 in the 60 for the R32.
Yeah, sounded like it had a little bit of a hiccup.
What's on through 1391. Mr. Man Plays. No, there's no skids today, Mr. Man Plays, due to it being a comp night tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Our next burnout event is on Friday. Thank God it's Friday, our dedicated burnout night. But tonight there is no burnouts, it's just purely drag racing. Fiona said, haha, a lot of money spent. Well, we know, Fiona, that if it runs at 10.1, there's going to be a party at your place tonight. All right, that looks like one of the Smith family. Trent was driving this car last week.
Tough, this car, isn't it?
It is JM Auto Repairs. VP Commodore. Now, I don't know if Trent's driving it tonight. There's usually 2 or 3 drivers that get behind the wheel of this Commodore.
Hard on the trans brake.
Moved around a little bit too. Just before the 330-foot mark.
Wow, just hits the limit as it crosses the line. 10 free, 134 miles an hour. Left of the line, a .09, a 157 in the 60.
That's massive.
Yeah, great car.
Man, that R32 on the return road, that is sexy.
Oh, watch out. Bench is on the bike.
Bench is on the bike. Top stuff.
I did send him a little message just saying you can't sit on it, you've got to ride the thing.
It's me, Denny. I'm not sure if that's a genuine Mine's R32, but I have seen that car before. It's the first time I've ever seen it in the flesh. But I'll tell you what, we're very lucky to have it here. It's me, Denny. As I mentioned, it has been the GTR Festival here in Sydney before. That's a great event. If you love GTRs and the brand, it is one of the best events in Australia for GTR and Skyline owners. All right, Big Bad Benji is coming out on the big Suzuki. So if you're watching via the live stream, Panel Van Man, RC, all our regulars, here's Benj. Well, 2.71 in the 60 for Ben on the big Suzuki. .1397 with the forward, 103. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Yeah. All those little mods he's done, it's all worked.
Yeah. And it's not a light bike, is it, Mike?
No, not at all.
No. I've got a little Lancer about to come out now against the first timer.
What's we got there? Navara?
I thought it might have been a Hilux.
Oh, was it? Could be.
But it's a bit hard to tell from up here because there's no badging on the rear tailgate. It's a first timer. So first of all, welcome.
Lancer goes through 13.9, 102 miles an hour to an 18.4 at 72 miles an hour. We've got the VW Golf up against the VK. The Golf.
Dean Grimer.
Yep. Golf just staging up on the back wheels.
Oh, Brad, I know you're a regular, mate, and I did say to everybody else as well, I can't remember everybody's name, so I do apologise. The official at the tree, it's me, Danny. He's holding the switch to activate the lights. So once the cars come into full stage, he flicks the switch. And it starts to count down on the tree. It looked like a little Golf R in the rocket lane, running on through with 13.16. Dean running on through with the 16.20, just down a little bit.
Subaru down in the rocket lane.
Right, Subaru versus Subaru. The BRZ up against the early model WRX. 1.96 to the 60 from the Rexy. And the turbo BRZ running on through with the 1435 and 105.
And 13.4 at 104 miles an hour for the Rex.
Well, the two Sylvias.
Side by side.
About to go head to head.
Yep.
The 2.35 and 60 from the Aeroflow lane. The Falcon really warming up those rear bags, about to take on the Cortina.
Yeah, you hear the Falcon just slowly load up, and then once it hit boost, just ignites those tyres, doesn't it?
Well, guys, we've got just under 20 minutes before we start round one of our Dial-Your-Own racing tonight. There's 20 cars that have entered. I reckon a few of them may be starting to get a little bit nervous, Mark.
Yeah, well, they would have had to put in their dialings. So they would have gone back through their timesheets, see the previous passes, where they're at, how the car was going. And, yep, I dare say they would be having their times on the window, I would think.
Do you think too, Mark, I mean, obviously when you're running a state champion, you're in race mode.
Yep.
When you come to an event like Race4Real, which is more off-street drag racing, yes, you still want to be quick on the lights, but I've noticed a few races tonight, they're not where they normally are in terms of reaction times. They seem to be a bit off. Is that going to play a part in tonight's racing?
It will. Like, as you know, any racing, you've got to be really sharp on the lights. So possibly could be a little bit affecting him with the track preparation, because it is a street meet, so it's not prepped for a proper race meet. And I think everyone's just been feeling the track out as night goes on, and maybe some of the guys are playing and just not giving too much away. Because there are little games in Dial-Your-Own. If you're out in front, you will ease out of it.
Yeah, we're playing the game is part of Dial-Your-Own racing.
Okay. Sorry, mate.
No, you're right. I'm looking at the tyre tracks now. I know what you're talking about. That was a bit insane.
Getting way out of shape.
Well, the VZ down here in the Aeroflow lane, just a quick little stab and straight up in tyre smoke. So definitely got the goods underneath the bonnet. Taking on another VZ Commodore, which has got the better reaction time and 2.08 in the 60. I think he might just bring this home. And a 12.79 at 112 to a 13.99 at 103.
Yep. He definitely, once he got out in front, that was it. It was all up to the other guy to do all the chasing.
Now, just having a chat with Mark Elborn on Messenger, who is a big part of Power Plus Race Fuels. And he's just told me he's got his money on Craig Warren in the VN Commodore.
Yep.
So it's exciting when you've got a lot of the racers that would normally race at our state championships are tuning in to this Dial-Your-Own comp night tonight here at Sydney Dragway. As we've got one of the Dial-In Racing Commodores out there now in the Aeroflow lane.
And he's pretty much reinforcing exactly what we said, that it doesn't really matter if you've got all the horsepower under the sun. It's all about getting to the ground and getting your dial-in time as close as you can.
Absolutely. Great run from both cars, 11.10 to 11.46. I love this VL. This thing is awesome.
Yeah.
Love it. Random FPV, what's the messenger address? Well, the messenger I'm talking to Mark on is my own private messenger. So, yeah, it's not the tracks. Wow, 2.009 in the 60. I thought that thing was going to go sub 2 seconds. It was oh so close.
Yeah. It's actually not sounding as crisp as what it has been.
All right, we've got the Datsun 1600 out now. We're to be racing in the No Prep Kings series. It's got the Barra Turbo underneath the bonnet. Running a little bit of nitrous as well. Now, I started just pushing him back, so I don't know whether there's been a little bit of fluid that has come out of it. No, looks like he's just been told to wait. Massive red light out of that car, 1.35 in the 60. But really got to sharpen up on those lights.
Yeah, he actually rolled it into stage and it just rolled back just a touch. And so then he had to bring it in again. So maybe it just put him off a little bit.
Oh, the AMG Mercedes down here in the rocket lane. Of course, car recently made very famous by the Bathurst 12 Hour. Got a lot of the AMG Mercedes. But this Commodore, early model Commodore. Oh, look at that off the start line. A little bit of attitude. 1.86 in the 60, 1.80 from the Mercedes. Can the Holden beat the Merc? No, unfortunately, 1087 from the Merc to an 1160. Geez, I thought the Commodore might have just got him.
Well, I thought the same, Stuart. The Merc must have just come back through the top end of the track and just pulled him in, but only just.
Yeah. All right, the VL down here in the Rockland about to take on Dimitri in the FDL plated Audi wagon. It's gone 10.5 already. See if we go 10.1. 1.78 in the 60 this time. The Commodore 066 on the tree, 1.66 in the 60, and 1058. 132 to an 1165. Well, it's been pretty warm out here today. Now that looks like a R35 GTR down there in the Aeroflow lane, Mark.
Yeah, it does indeed. And up against this black HQ. Oh, the Kiwi gets out. A 157, but a 160. The 60-foot.
That car is just such a consistent car. Really, 11:03, 123, and it was effortless.
Absolutely. 11.4, 121 miles an hour for the Nissan.
I got an Audi SUV coming out now by the look of it. Or another wagon. Because the Sydney Euro Fest is coming up here at Sydney Dragway very, very soon. And as we mentioned, pretty much all the racing spots have been filled.
Yep.
But they'll have the show and shine. They'll have roll racing, drag racing, maybe a Motorcana.
Okay.
Maybe.
Wow.
But it's going to be massive. And if you're into Euro cars, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be huge. 10.53 with a 3 at 137. Oh,
these beamers are unbelievable, aren't they? They're just rolling them out.
All right, we've got a first timer down here, Mark, in the V Commodore. And VZ 6 litre.
That sounds great in the burnout, doesn't it?
It does. And I really like that blue that they came out with. I had a friend of mine who used to have Monaro in that blue. And it looked sensational.
Yes, they do.
And he still wishes he never sold it, Mark.
Well, they've really gone through the roof, haven't they, with the Monaros and what they're worth.
Now, Joe Sabello.
Yes.
His reaction times tonight have been pretty good. He's, from what we've seen so far, I'm not going to put the mockers on anyone, but I'll tell you what, his reaction times tonight, he's wound back the clock. And he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah. Joe's always been really good on the lights. The car is just super reliable and super consistent, which is great. You know, he's put so many hours on the track in that car, so he knows the car inside out and what it'll do. So that is a big advantage for him.
We know that Sammy Joe from Dialed In Racing is pretty quick on the lights as well.
Yep.
All right, guys, well, it looks like we're getting into round one. By the look of it, I see Joe has made his way forward. And, oh, man, I'll tell you what, Mark, if this is the first round matchup, it's going to be on. We've got Top Sportsman or Super Sedan versus David Martisevic. Joe Sabello, David Martisevic.
That's a great pairing, isn't it?
Mate, if that is the first pairing, it's going to be on. We know David Martisevic. We know his brother Richard is also a very accomplished racer as well. And both of them are very quick on the lights. Sydney Dragway, are you ready for some Dial-Your-Own racing? It is time to get fired up. Smoking Joe Sabello, David Martisevic. Round one.
Well, what do we got? 10.62 up against an 11.85. Oh, we've got them up here. Okay, sorry. I was trying to read them from down there.
Nah, you're right.
Absolutely perfect. So,
so if you've never watched this style of racing before, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a stagger in the tree. So Joe's got to wait almost. So he had to go a second before. Now, an 0.66 on the tree from Joe Sabello. David Martisevic has got to do the chasing, but it's down the end of the track where it's going to get tough. Ah, David's got the win! Double breakout, both sides of the racetrack, but David Martisevic gets the win. David Martisevic gets the win because he went under by the least amount.
Yes. Yep.
Wow, Mark.
And that's what we were talking about. Sitting there, whoever does the chasing, the pressure's all on them. David, you know, like as you said, they both broke out, but he was the lesser of.
Well, Sammy Joe about to take on Lockie McCaskill. Lachlan McCaskill, 0.385 on the tree. Sammy Joe's got the advantage of 0.103 reaction time. She's got 2/10 up her sleeve. She might back off it just before the end of the track and goes an 11.68 on an 11.67 dial in. Oh, yeah! Woohoo!
How good was that on the dial-in? Absolutely near perfect.
All right, Brett Stutchbury out now. He's dialed in with a 9.60, and beside him, Troy McMillan in his Commodore, who's dialed in with a 12.10. Man, I feel like I'm commentating a New South Wales State Champ round or a major round. The only difference being is that I'm used to commentating with Steve Bush. But I've got you here tonight, and that's just equally as fun. Mark, what are you sitting down for? This is like awesome racing.
Mate, it is indeed. But I tell you what, Brett's got a long time sitting there.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got over a tenth of a second advantage for Brett Stutchbury on the reaction time.
Did you hear on and off the throttle as he was getting close?
Oh, wow. Brett Stutchbury, 9.84 with 9 on a 9.60 dial-in. All right, we've got a battle of the forwards. Now, I did mention Joe Sabello's really got on the lights, but don't discount Danny Stadelmeyer.
Yes, yep.
And he's taking on Christopher Varillas in the Ford Falcon. Danny dialing in with 13.84. Christopher Varillas dialing in with a 14.90. I hope you're enjoying all the action from around Australia. If you're here at the track, guys, what a night for racing.
Oh, two great reaction times.
Well, Danny Stadelmeyer, he's in not a good position because he's got 500ths of a second. He was too slow on the lights. On the brakes. And broke out. Christopher Varillas gets the win, a 15.04 and a 14.9. Danny Stadelmeyer went too quick, 13.78 on a 13.84.
He just didn't dab those brakes hard enough.
No, he didn't. All right, Craig Warren out now in the VN Commodore, dialing with 15.77, and David Bullock in the Holden HX, who's dialed in with a 10.50.
So it's just like an absolute lifetime having to sit there that long.
Craig Warren, Mark, 0.086 on the tree.
Oh. The Holden just turned tyres. No way. He won't get there. Okay, let's see what these guys in. 9.9 for the Aeroflow lane, 11.0 for the Rocket lane.
Yeah, Manios Economopoulos out there now in the VL, about to take on Joe Zurab, the Bogan, in the HZ Ute. A little bit of nitrous and Chef Power on board for Joe. He's been racing Super Street for a very, very long time, but Manios, man, he's got a big weight on the tree. He got a better reaction time though, 0.116. Joe Zero, 0.253 on the tree. Here comes Manios. This is going to break out. That's a problem. No, he doesn't. A 10.06 with a 4.
Both guys were pretty close to their dial-in.
All right, Eden out there now in the Area 51 Custom Performance Ute, about to take on Donald Baird in the Calais.
This is going to be an interesting race. Both these guys have done a lot of racing. Both of them are really sharp on the lights and know their cars really well.
Well, Eden's dialed in with 10.25. He's gone 10.37, 10.58 previously. Donald Baird's dialed in with a 12.95. He's been running in the low 13s. So you think there's just a little bit extra performance.
Look at the reaction times.
There's only 300ths between them. Here comes Eden. Little dab of the brake, few dabs of the brake, but Donald Baird gets the win, a 13.004 on a 12.95 dial-in. Unfortunately for Eden, a 10.36 on a 10.25 dial-in. He lost the race. Just goes to show, if you don't come to our state champ rounds, ladies and gentlemen, this gives you a great idea of just how important the reaction time is.
Absolutely, yep.
All right, Lawrence Grimer. I do apologise. I thought it was Bill Hatson-Nicolas, but no, it's Lawrence Grimer in the HQ. He's got a 350 Chev on board, dialing in with a 14.50. But look who he's up against, David Muscat in the Mini Cooper S.
Cuts a great reaction time, 0.021.
Yeah, a little 1.6 litre under the bonnet of the Mini, and Dave on the brakes. And he's broken out. Oh, Dave, what are you doing? A 14.89 on a 14.5. Lawrence Grimer gets the win. David Muscat
that far ahead. He should. He
Dave.
should have braked a lot harder than what he did.
Oh, man. All right, Nicholas Varillas and this Falcon about to take on Daniel Ivancic. I think that's how you pronounce it. The McLaren 720S. Now, Daniel's dialed in with a 10 flat. Nicholas Varillas has dialed in with a 15.10, but Nicholas has been on it, on the tree. He should get the win in this race. It should be textbook. All right, he has got the win. Unfortunately for Daniel, he left before the third amber, so the win straight across to Nicholas Varillas. And 10.15 for Daniel. All right, Sean Dartnell, who's on a solo, by the look of it. He's probably going to test the dial in.
Yep, perfect for him.
Yeah.
He can just test everything in this one hit.
Well, 16.80 he's dialed in with, so even if he breaks out, doesn't matter, he's on a solo. But he want to get his reaction times down. His reaction times have been a little bit too high lately by his standards. 0.204 on the tree, well, it's slightly better, but probably needs to sharpen up a little bit more on the lights.
So he's in with a 16.8. 16.9. That's not too bad.
That's good.
Yep.
That's real good. So that was our first round of the comp night. And man, there were a few names there that I thought would have made it through, and they didn't.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's some really good racing. And it goes to show how much of a difference it makes from heads-up racing to dial in.
Yeah, I love Dial-Your-Own Racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely love it. Big congratulations to all the racers that entered our comp night tonight. Even if you didn't make it through the first round, guys, you still can come back around and race. But tell you what, guys, that was an awesome first round. Marco Tolomeo, great to see you watching the live stream, mate. How fast can you go without a cage? It depends on the car, Marco. So if it's an older car, you can go as quick as 10.5 seconds without a roll cage and a parachute. If you've got a newer car with four-wheel disc brakes, airbags, you can go as low as 10, but you can go quicker. But you've got to get an IHRA real street license, which allows you to jump down to the nines. All right, Michael Richards back out on the Hayabusa. Went into the low nines on his previous pass. See if we can get this thing back into the 8.9s where this bike usually sits.
Yeah, had a little bit of a hiccup previously, so see how he goes now.
Much better in the 60 there. 0.045 on the tree, 1.49 in the 60. This is a good pass. A 9.21 with an 8, 147 miles an hour on a radial tyre. Thanks very much, Erratic Performance. Yeah, Dial-Your-Own Racing here on a Wednesday night. It's a lot of fun. This is what people have asked for.
It is. It's exciting. Plus,
it is.
Yeah, and it goes to show, like, the guys that are sitting there for so long, it is just nerve-wracking because you just want to launch it out, but you can't.
No, you can't.
You get red light, so yeah.
And the other thing is too, which I mentioned earlier, You know, you've got people that race top sportsmen.
Yep.
You've got people race super street. You've got people that race street fighter. You know, those guys are generally in 3 different categories at our New South Wales State Champ round.
Yeah.
So really for them, it's a lot different too, because you're, as you said, you're up against someone that is in a different, slower bracket. You're not used to racing them.
Yeah.
So like you said, Mark, just sitting there, it feels like an eternity.
It does. You know, like, ooh, the mass are getting way out of shape. Yeah, when you've got to sit there, you know, like, it might only be half a second.
Yeah.
But it just feels so much longer, and you can see those cars getting further and further, and you know you've got to chase it down. And when you're on the track and then pulling them in, it's just... You know,
and then, as you know, Mark, and then in your mind, you're like, well, hang on, I'm ahead of him now, but
yeah,
now I've got to try and not break out.
Yep.
And that's a lot harder than it looks, isn't it, Mark?
Oh,
I mean, you've done it many a time with your Tirana.
You're just watching him in the rear vision mirror. You don't want them to get too close so they can just jump you at the end.
Yes.
If they've got that little bit extra that they haven't been playing with. But yeah, it is. Nah, that's just what makes it. The adrenaline buzz of it is just unbelievable.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's an adrenaline buzz up here in the studio as well.
Yes.
We love our racing here at Sydney Dragway. We just love drag racing. And it is fantastic to see a great crowd here tonight. Are you guys loving this Dial-Your-Own racing? Put your hands up if you're loving it, guys, for you at the track. It is something different for an Aeroflow Race for Real.
It gives you a taste of what the competition meetings are like.
Absolutely.
And for the drivers as well.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we might just go up to the big screen and get a few messages from our sponsors. We will be back very, very shortly here, Aeroflow Race for Real competition night.
That enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program.
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Sydney Dragway. It is Aeroflow Race for Real, and it's our comp night. We've already had round 1 of our Dial-Your-Own comp night tonight, and man, what a first round. We had 20 cars entered. We're down to 10.
I'll tell you what, we didn't do too bad. We sort of had a fair idea of where it was going to lay. Yeah, but there was a few surprises in there as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that one particular racer will be absolutely kicking himself, and that'd probably be Dave Muscat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, that's Dial-Your-Own racing, isn't it?
It is.
It sounds simple, but believe me, it is not simple at all. There's so much to think about as a driver.
Yep. You get that when you're ahead. How hard do you brake? You know, like, because you don't want to over brake, then they just go past you on the line. So, and that's what Dave was left with, making that decision. He had a little bit of a head start at the top end of the track, and he dabbed the brakes a few times, but it just was not enough.
No. There's just so much you've got to be aware of down at the end of the quarter mile as much. So you want to get the reaction time, you want to go as close to a 000 as possible. But then down the end of the track, you need to be mindful of where you are, but most of all, where your competitor is.
Yep.
If you're out in front, yeah, you can send it, but you can still break out. So you've got to be aware of where your chasing car is.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to it. As we're back into the racing, we've got the Cortina about to take on the big 4-wheel drive. So everybody's picked their dial in for that first round. But you know what? Conditions can change in drag racing. And so a lot of the guys that put their dial-ins in that first round, they might have to tweak those dial-ins.
Yes.
They may think, oh, you know what? I think my car might run slightly quicker. I might change my dial-in to compensate for the extra performance I'm going to get because it might be a little bit cooler.
Yep. So I suppose it depends on how the night goes, whether these guys will get another pass before they do the next competition ones. If they do, that's a good guide because they will then see, you know, they'll look at what their dial-in is. Has the track gone off a little bit? You'll see if your dial-in's still spot on, and whether you can change or not.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not sure whether we're allowing them to change the dial-in or not.
Well, I'm not sure either. I dare say we probably would.
Well, I know in competition stuff you can.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but... We will see next part, the next round.
Oh, we
see if anyone has changed.
All right, well, the big 4 will be running on through with a 21.66. All right, we've got Maniac back out. The yellow BMW about to take on his Bavarian counterpart in the Aeroflow lane.
Okay, Stu, I just did get confirmation on it. They can change their dial-in. Yep.
Oh, beautiful.
So...
Now, Maniac out with a 1.86 in the 60. 1.82 though for his counterpart in the Aeroflow lane. He's on the brakes before the finishing line and goes at 12.36 with an 8 to an 11.77. All right, Danny Stoudemire is back out. Unfortunately, he lost in the first round. Bit of a breakout there for Danny.
Yeah. Yep. I actually thought he would have had that because he was on a killer pass.
Oh, Danny, 0.024 red. He's probably kicking himself as well. So I know he loves his racing, but I know he does take it very seriously. So, yeah, that's the name of the game, you know. That's drag racing.
It is indeed. No one likes to lose, but hey, it happens.
Yep. Well, Dave Muscat out now, unfortunately for Dave as well. He was out in front, as Mark said, just didn't give it enough break down at the end of the track, and unfortunately lost the race.
He gave it 2 hits on the break.
Yeah.
Should have given it 4.
That's right.
But look at the reaction time here.
Wow.
2 great reaction times from both these guys.
G'day, Scott. How are you, mate? Welcome to the live stream. You tune in at a good time, mate, because it's an exciting night here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Huge thank you to Aeroflow for continually getting behind off-street drag racing here in Sydney. And man, this is the event to come to on a Wednesday night here in Sydney. Look at that VK go, 1.91 in the 60. And 11.47 to a 13.21 as the BRZ comes out now in the rocket lane.
And he's up against the VK over in the Aeroflow lane. On in deep stage. The manual VK. Hear those gear changes. 13 to 111 miles an hour. 16.3, 85 miles an hour. In the Aeroflow lane, takes a win, 13-1, 111 miles an hour to 14-2, 103 miles an hour.
I got the Falcon about to take on the Audi. Yeah, the Audi just winding it up before he launches it. 1.86 in the 60. The Falcon, well, 2.40 in the 60. It's not bad, but the power of that Audi with a 12.04.9 and 15.555 there for the Falcon. That's actually a pretty good run from that Falcon.
Yeah, indeed. 12.01.15 for the rocket lane. We've got the VF Commodore up against the VL Commodore.
Yeah, Brad, the way the comp works is just like our New South Wales State Championship round. So basically, it's Dial-Your-Own racing tonight. So each racer has got to nominate a time that they think their car can run. And the idea is that you want to get the quickest reaction time you can. But down the end of the, when you get down to the end of the quarter mile, Brad, you don't want to break out. So if you dial in a 15.90, for example, and you go 15.89, you've lost the race. Now, if both of you break out, whoever went under their dial-in time by the least amount wins the race.
Yep. We got the BMW up against the Mercedes.
That Merc sounds so good when it goes down the track. They've really got a nice sound to them, those AMG Mercedes.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah. 10.89 out of the Merc, 128 miles an hour. The Beamer with a 17.9 for it, 129. But that's a bit unrepresentative.
Yes,
As we've got Daniel coming out now, the McLaren 720S, about to take on Eden by the look of it.
Stalled. No. All good.
Or he's playing with the electronics.
Yeah, just getting the launch control.
for Eden now. 1.59 with the 60 this time, Mark. And a 10.03 with an 8. And Daniel with a 10.46 with a point, 138. He was on the brakes just before the finishing line.
Yep.
And I think, you know, the other thing too, Brad, about this particular style of racing that we're running for the comp night tonight as well, you know, you've got a lot of young people that have raced junior dragster and they can come out when they're old enough and they've got their licence in their street car, and they're so used to leaving off a foot brake and they know how the tree works. I mean, if you're an older generation person or an older person, imagine getting beaten by an 18-year-old. All right, guys, just been told by our meeting director the next lane out will be round 2 of our comp night.
So they don't get a chance to test their dialing. So, yeah, they're straight back out again. That's great.
It is. Marco, we run the comp nights once a month. So last month was our first one, and it was Heads Up, which was fun. Don't get me wrong, but this Dial-Your-Own is what people have been asking for, Marco. And, you know, we've got 20 entries tonight.
Yeah,
we do cap it at 32.
Yeah, when it's Heads Up Racing, it comes down to horsepower.
That's right.
But yeah, when it's Dial-Your-Own, it comes down to skill.
Absolutely.
Skill and knowing your car, how it runs.
Well, so the R35 GTR in the Aeroflow lane at 11.46 with a 4 at 1:20 to a 14.42 for the Rocket Lane as we got the Volkswagen about to take on the VZ Commodore. No Hornblower Films. No, unfortunately, we don't have any X-Series Falcons here tonight. They've been out the last few weeks, but unfortunately not tonight. We don't have any.
Tell you what, we're really well represented by the Commodores tonight.
We are.
Plenty out here.
And a good thing about this Dial-Your-Own racing as well, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you do come to our New South Wales State Champ rounds, yeah, we've got everything from street cars all the way through to blown alcohol drag cars, and they're all Dial-Your-Own. It's all bracket racing. So you get to see high 6, low 7 second alcohol charged vehicles, or boosted outlaws as we call it here in Sydney. You can run blower, turbo or nitrous. It is Dial-Your-Own. And then we've got street cars, which is what we use for Street Fighter. We have everything from Toyota RAV4s that run 20s, all the way down to the quicker cars that run high 12s, low 13s.
I'll tell you what, that was a good pass. It was the Commodore up against the V-Dub. The V-Dub just pegged him right on the line.
Well, the Commodore down there in the Rocket Lane, a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump off the start line. Unfortunately, a red light there for the car in the Aeroflow lane. Well, someone's got the graffiti pen out on the JM Auto Repairs Commodore.
We can't read what's on the back window, it's too small.
No. All I can see is that there's a writing on the back of it says, "I love boys." So I don't know whether Chelsea's driving it or one of the team members is just having a little bit of fun. Can't read the rest of it, it's too small. But supercharged V8.
Even if it was big enough, we couldn't read it now anyway. It's too much smoke.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Nice, strong burnout from the VP.
Beautiful looking club sport. massive red light though for the JM Auto Repairs Commodore with a 10.34 to the 6 at a 1.34 as we got the Vines. R32 Skyline out now. I saw that coming up the return road, and I had a sneak suspicion just by a quick glance. It actually looked like Andrew Hawkins was driving the car. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Which wouldn't surprise me if it was Andrew, because...
Well, he's out here with a crew. Maybe one of them could message her and...
Yeah.
Or jump on Facebook or YouTube. Let us know.
An 11.78 7 at 122 to an 11.94 at 116.
We've got the Beamer up against the HJ Commodore.
Yeah, this HJ is just awesome. And the BMW looking very gangster in the matte paint job. Oh, I'll tell you what, a little bit loose off the line in the 60. Still went 1.90, but it wasn't tidy. But here comes the BMW.
Just wait, just misses out on it.
Around 10.53 to 130. All right, guys, we're into round 2 of our Dial-Your-Own Comp Night. David Martisevic down here now in the Ford Cortina. About to take on one of the Varillas brothers in the Falcon.
Okay, we just got a...
Christopher Varillas.
Yeah, so he's dialed in a 14.9 and David has gone in 10.55. So he's got a fair bit of a weight in that Cortina.
Yeah, so David Matosevic, I do apologise. Been a while since I've commentated him. It's David Matosevic, and 10.55 dial in, but it's the reaction time. That's where it's going to be on. 0.083 on the tree from Christopher Varillas. Here goes David Martisevic, and 0.96, so there's not much between them at all.
I tell you what, he's running him down really hard. Oh, and
wow.
gets there. Wow, absolutely nothing in that. 10.55 dial in, and he went through 10.63.
Well, I actually thought Christopher might win that. You know, he had a hundredth of a second head start, reaction time wise, over David Matosevic. All right, Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel VN Commodore is dialed in with a 15.77, and Donald Baird in the Austrac VE Calais dialing in with a 12.95.
So Donald doesn't have too much of a weight at that line.
All right, Craig. Don's already in the full stage. Craig's now bumped it in. Oh, 0.142 on the tree from Craig Warren.
Whoa.
0.313 for Donald Baird. It is Craig Warren's to lose.
Donald's a little bit better in the 60. Can he chase him down? No.
15.81 on a 15.77 dial in for Craig Warren. He gets the win.
Look at that, all in the reaction time.
It was. This is going to be interesting, Mark. Sammy Joe Johnson out now in the VE Commodore for Dialed In Racing. Has dialed in with an 11.61, and she's up against Manius Ikonopoulos in the VL Calais, who's dialed in with a 10 flat.
Sammy Joe has got a cut of really clean light.
On 0.54 on the tree. Oh, Manius, a red light, unfortunately, there.
Oh, look at it. 0.003 red light.
Oh, Sammy Joe, an 11.64 on an 11.61 dial in.
Yep.
So
and with a pass like that, once you see that light flashing, you keep going at it just to test your dial in.
Absolutely. Well, all right. Brett Stutchbury, another one of the dialed-in racing cars, who's dialed in with a 9.60. He's got nitrous on board, this turbo Commodore of his, and he's taking on Lawrence Grimer in the HQ. He's got a 350 Chev on board. 0.200 on the tree for Lawrence. Brett Stutchbury, 0.207. Only 7 thousandths of a second difference in the reaction time. Brett's got to be careful he doesn't break out. And he gets there. 9.90 with a 1 at 110 to a 15.03 with 3.
I'd love to been up that end. I reckon there was absolutely nothing in it. He actually looked like he braked too soon, but just reeled him in.
No, he won by 0.2 of a second. All right, Nicholas Varillas out now. He's got the Barra underneath the bonnet. He's taking on Sean Hollywood Dartnell in the Hyundai. Sean's dialed in with a 16.90. Nicholas with a 15.39. Sean's got the jump, 1.131 reaction time, 0.194 reaction time for Nicholas. Nicholas has got the horsepower advantage, but I think, yeah, he gets there. Sean gets there, 17.03 and a 16.90 dial-in.
That was a great dial-in. Just on the line, he just jumped on it.
He won that by 1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second. There wasn't much in that. Like you said, Mark, playing that game at the end of the track is just so important, isn't it?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, Smokin' Joe Sabello. He's on a solo. I see Johnny Habib, my brother from No Prep Kings, which tells me that Craigs might be coming out.
I think it might be the Dado. No, it is the Montana.
Oh, Joe Sabello, an 0.70 on the tree, 1.76 in the 60. And 11.90 with a 5. That's interesting. There was no dial-in time came up.
Joe's out, isn't he?
Oh, he must be out.
And then you got, Oh, there's the Dado. It wasn't far away.
All right, guys, there's Simon Krieger, and I think it's Daniel Saliba, I think it is, down there in the little Datsun. These guys have been racing at No Prep Kings. These guys are getting a little bit of data. So the big difference with No Prep Kings, you can run as much horsepower as you want, but you're on a track that's got very little prep or no prep.
Yep.
And these guys are really only racing to the 8th mile. So these guys are really getting their cars dialed in on this track. Well, 0.221 there.
Got a nitrous backfire by the looks of it.
1.28 in the 60 for the Escort. Unfortunately for Simon.
Yeah, just...
Sounded like he brought it up in the revs, Mark, and then...
Yeah, back up.
Saw Billy down there with the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, you can see the flame just popping away there, but I think Simon started cranking it back over and sucked it back down.
Yep. Well, looks like it's all good to go. .63 in the 60.
Yeah, that's a nice clean pass.
Yeah, beautiful clean pass. We're just going to have a quick look in that lane. Just make sure that there is nothing on the ground.
Yep.
Because we've got the motorcycles coming out next.
pretty scary stuff. Actually, I had a mate. He had a LA Strana that we built up, and it had a Brian Edwards Eastern Creek Performance motor in it.
Yep.
That done exactly the same thing. Yep. And mate, we just ripped off my shirt, threw it over the carby just to put it out because it was starting to blaze. Yeah, if you don't get on them straight away, he was cranking it over, but it just didn't want to go out. Yeah.
Well, Mark, we've got a message come through from YouTube sucks, which it doesn't. But how do they make the ute hook up? We put lead in the traction bars to put more weight over the wheels on an S10 or Ranger build.
Suspension setup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you got to get it right. You got a lot of geometry goes into the back of those things because they are so light in the back, but the way they set up all the suspension in the back and the front, so you get the right throw and everything on it. Yeah, a lot of stuff goes into it. And
so hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, sorry, I can't be any more specific because I've never set up. I'm trying to set up my ute at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never got it down the track as of yet to know what I've done so far is right. All my back suspension was in a VG Commodore, so all the arms have all been stiffened, all pushed all through it. I've got adjustable conies in it, which I've set to where the settings I think they should be at, and yeah, we'll see from that. But Simon would probably be the best one to give you all the information because that thing hooks.
Oh, it does. And it's got a big set of slicks underneath the rear end of it as well. And of course, Simon's no stranger to high horsepower cars because his Tirana is very, very famous.
Yes.
All right, Dean Grimer back out, the Elite White Walls. Commodore? Tell you what, Dean's done a great job with this car. It looks sensational.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Tiger Meeker. Yeah, it looks
It's got
awesome.
a nice stance to it too, really low and fat at the back.
And he's taking on this Golf with the number plates feeling. Dean, a little bit sluggish off the line on this pass. 2.43 in the 60. The Golf to half track, 8.75 in the 8th. And a 13.13 over the line and a 16.45 there for Dean. Oh, it looks like we've got a little A-Class Mercedes down here in the Aeroflow lane.
They're a fun little car to drive.
Yeah, they look like a little bit of fun. They make all the right noises as well when they've got a good exhaust system on them.
Yeah, I spent a week in Tasmania with work, and surprisingly enough, I went to get my hire car, and it was one of them.
Wow.
Oh, happy days. Down in Tassie, you got some great roads.
Oh yeah. Well, they don't have Tiger Tasmania down there.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Adam. That was, so it is Andrew Hawkins, who's in the Mines R32.
Cool.
Great to see you here, Hawko. Got a little newer model Mazda 3 about to come out.
Had a bit of a yak to Ben about his pass on the bike. Wasn't real happy with it. He said it's actually off what it was previously, not going as quick. So yeah, hopefully you'll get it out for the next pass and see how it goes then.
I don't know whether that's the conditions or not.
Yeah, don't know. Yeah.
Well, 2.83 on the tree there for the Merc in the Aeroflow lane. Nice straight pass, 13.05 at 108. And it's got the first timer back out in the Ute and first timer out in the new model Mazda 3.
Okay, this is going to be a good match-up then.
Yeah, should.
But right behind them, we've got the VH Commodore up against the Falcon.
Yeah, this Falcon was turned away on his previous pass. Maybe had a little bit of fluid dropping out of it, so they hopefully rectified that. But I'm interested to see what this Mazda 3 is going to do now. If it's got the 2.5 litre Skyactiv G motor in it, hoping it would be around, at a guess, I'm hoping it would be around the 16-second mark.
We just rolled this back. Ute. And waiting for the Mazda to come in. Ben's put his hand up. He said he can't blame the bike, it was him. Well, you got to redeem yourself on the next pass, mate. All right, just slowly guiding the Mazda into stage.
All right, well, the Mazda 3 out with a 2.58 and 60, 2.56 from the Ute.
So you're looking for a 16 out of it, are you?
If it's a 2.5 litre, yes. 16.441.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Of course, there used to be 3 different engine versions of it available too. Of course, you can get the 2.5 litre turbo in them as well. All right, this Commodore, a little bit loose off the start line, 1.84 sideways.
Well, just on and off the throttle in the Falcon. 11.5, 122 miles an hour for the Commodore, and 13.1 at 112 miles an hour for the Falcon. So yeah, it wasn't a real great pass out of the Falcon.
No. Well, Christopher Varillis coming out now in his Falcon. Of course, one of our competitors at our New South Wales State Championship Series in Street Fighter. Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, we've got the team for Twin Lakes Automotive up at Charmhaven on the Central Coast. They're all tuned into the live stream. They're watching all the action. I hope you guys are having a fantastic night. Hopefully you guys aren't getting up to too much mischief. All right, the Cortina back out. 0.21 on the tree from the Cortina. That's a great reaction time. The car next to him just headed towards the 60-foot mark of the blue paint, which is not really where you want to be, but runs on through with a 12.43. And the Sporty Cordy with a 17.01. All right, Maniac is back out, the yellow BMW.
That's been putting some good passes, isn't it?
It has, yeah. Doing a bit of testing for the Sydney Eurofest here at Sydney Dragway.
And we got the four-wheel drive Ute right beside him. Won't be long, and we will be having one of those theme nights.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, geez. Maniac. Well, I'll tell you what, did the right thing and got off it straight away.
Yeah, there's not a real lot in getting out of one of them, is it? That thing is just totally loose.
Actually, our next theme night, which is coming up, is going to be an interesting one. It's Honda versus haters. So, yeah, if you're a Honda fan, You're against everyone. I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
But tell you what, Honda versus Haters, that's our next theme night here at Sydney Dragway. Danny Stademeyer out now in the earthlings.com.au Falcon. 0.042 on the tree for Danny, 1.79 with 60. Unfortunately, 61 red in the rocket lane. And 13.77 for Danny. That's much better. Be happy with that.
And 14.4 or 101 miles an hour.
All right, David Muscat out now in the little Mini, taking on the Subaru WRX, which has been doing some great passes all night. Yeah, Herb, well, we've got a 4x4 racing tonight. We've actually got a 4x4 theme night, which will be coming up during mid-year. That's one of our biggest theme nights that we run here at City Dragway.
Well, Nissan, a nice strong burnout. Got the Falcon right beside him.
G'day, Andy. How are you, buddy? Yeah, Herb, I don't know if you've seen that page on Facebook. There's actually a page called AUs Can Do Amazing Things. You might check that page out next time you're on Facebook, mate. I got this beautiful VK with the drop tank about to come out now.
He's got the VW right beside him.
Yeah, it looks like two drivers in this car sharing duties in the Phelan Volkswagen Golf.
Not a right time to put it in reverse.
No, 1.84 on the 60 though from the Commodore. Wallowing around a little bit around half track, only slightly, but he still goes 11.21 at 127. And the Phelan at Golf out 2.97 in the 60. And a 14.14 as the VL goes sideways in the burnout. Big turn of the tyres out of one of those cars. I dare say it sounded like the rocket lane.
Not much between them around the top end of the track. 12.8 to a 13.0.
All right, the BRZ out now in the Aeroflow lane. About to take on the Commodore.
Chirping between the gears. Goes through 12.8, 112 miles an hour to a 16.1, 86 miles an hour.
That's not a bad pass there from the BRZ, low 16.
Yep.
All right, the Audi taking on the Commodore. The Audi out again with a 1.860. It's going to be nice and relaxed down the rocket lane. 12.04 with a 2 at 114. Right, the VF up against Commodore. Oh, sorry, the Falcon. Ah, the VF just baking those rear bags. That's what we like to see. We may not have burnouts tonight on the pad. Well, guys, we're close to our next round of our comp night. $250 up for grabs in a Dial-Your-Own comp night. Well, I said I wanted to see it, Mark, and it looks like we're going to see it. AMG against McLaren.
Yep.
All right, guys, we're down to 5 cars in the Dial-Your-Own bracket, and Sammy Joe had the bye, so it's rock, paper, scissors.
It was a very, very sophisticated way of deciding.
Well, I'll tell you what, the McLaren 1049 to a 1065 for the Mercedes AMG.
I can actually see him out there doing it. You ready?
All right, Joe Zurum and the Mogan, the nitrous assistant. Runs in Super Street.
You'd hear those revs coming up, and then he just punched it. Big purge of the nitrous.
Yeah, Joe has been running this ute for a long, long time. Oh, man, bit of attitude for Joe off the start line. 1.62 in the 60, but he was sideways, facing the burnout pad. It still runs an 11.10 at 120 to a 10.52 with a 1. That's a great pass. All right, one of the cars from Dialed-In Racing is coming out now, the VE Commodore. And he's taking on Donald Baird in the Calais. I'd love to know what they've done to this VE Commodore. It's got a really distinct note to it.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It does.
It's very responsive. As soon as he punches that throttle, it just lights those tyres.
Oh, Donald Baird had a hard go. Oh, lights. Oh, man, the VE Commodore. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That was a really, really good save. But
Done the right thing, too. As soon as it started getting out of shape, he bailed out of it. If he stopped in that, that wouldn't have been as pretty.
No, not at all. No, that was excellent driving.
That's what we always say, you know, when they start turning tyres, get out of it, because on this track, it's not forgiving.
No, it's not, no. Well, we're just going to have our track walkers just have a look, make sure there is nothing down on the track.
Yeah, because that moved around really, really quick.
Yeah, from about 60 foot onwards, that's where it really started to get the hippie shake going on, as we affectionately call it. But Joe Zurup coming up the return road. Joe, great to see you back racing, mate, in the Bogan. Hopefully we'll see more of you throughout the year, especially at our New South Wales State Champ rounds.
Nothing like a good race meeting to clear out the cobwebs, is there?
Absolutely. All right, we got Eden coming back out now in his turboed ute.
He's up against the VF Commodore.
Well, Eden out 1.60. I'll tell you what, the VF not too bad either. 1.94 in the 60. But Eden running on through 10.08 with the 9 and 139. All right, Dimitri's coming out. Oh,
yes.
Look who he's up against.
Yep.
So the conditions have changed a fair bit out there. It'd be interesting to see what the dial-in times will be for the next round.
You know what, I reckon the guys won't change their times.
You reckon?
Yeah. I think they will stick with it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I lost a little bit of the track. Everyone that's out there are long-term drivers.
Oh, yeah.
And they know their stuff, so.
They do. The R35 back out in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the VE Commodore. .79 in the 60 from the Nissan. It's probably going to be his best pass pass of the night so far. And 11.46 at 120 miles an hour.
And 13.2, 109 miles an hour.
I could see the smile come in your face just then when you looked down and saw this. The War Pig is back out.
Be a good pass.
No, it will be. Tell you what, there is nothing better than being here at Sydney Dragway and being here at the track and watching all the racing. Big thank you to all our spectators, guys. Hope you're enjoying all the action here tonight. We've got plenty more to come. It's great to see a lot of kids here tonight as well, a lot of families.
Yes, yep.
Fantastic to see. Oh, the War Pig. That definitive sound. Adam Heron is down right next to it. Adam, I bet that sounded wicked from down there. Oh, bit of a red light, but 1.61 in the 60.
Well, the Kiwi was moving round off the line, but geez, the chase is on. 10.9, 123 miles an hour to an 11.0, 125 miles an hour.
All right, Andrew Hawkins out now in the Mines R32 Skyline. Godzilla is here on a Wednesday. Great to see Andrew back in a car here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Of course, guys, keep your eye on the Motive video page because it'll give you all the information about the GTR Festival to be coming up here at Sydney Dragway. 11.86 with a 5 at 121.
Yes, good pass.
All right, guys, we're into our next round of the Dial-Your-Own. This is round 3, and oh man, have we got a matchup. David Matosevic down here in the Cortina about to take on Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel VN Commodore.
Well, David's shown that it doesn't faze him sitting there with a big chase.
Yes.
And you know, giving away a heap of time. So this will be a really good race.
Well, Craig Warren, he went .142 on the tree on his previous pass, so and 0.77 needs to go 0 something because David Matosevic, who's dialed in with a 10.54, Craig's dialed in with a 15.77. Oh man.
I reckon this one's going to come down to the line.
It will. I think it will. And I think Craig knows in his head he needs to go .0 something.
Yes.
Preferably an 0.77, which he's done before, or an 0.60.
Okay, he's actually taking a bit of time. Bit of pressure on the other driver.
Well, .15115 on the tree.
Still not a bad time.
No, but 0.88 on the tree for David Matosevic. David's got the advantage. Craig's on the brakes before the finishing line, but oh wow. A 10.58 on a 10.54 dial in. Craig Warren a 15.81 on a 15.77 dial in. So
Craig couldn't have done anything then. If he kept on, he would have broke out.
Yep.
He just had to take the chance and touch it to pull it down, but yeah, wasn't enough.
All right, Sammy Jo on the solo. She's going to test that dial in. She's dialed in with 11.63. 0.92 on the tree. That's a little bit better, Sammy. And an 11.63 and an 11.63 dial in. Perfect, Sammy.
Yeah, with a great reaction time, that is so hard to beat.
That is extremely hard to beat. All right, Brett Stutchbury coming out now. Has dialed in with a 9.60 and he's taking on Sean Hollywood Dartnell in the Hyundai, who's dialed in with a 16.90. So Sean will be looking for that reaction time. I know he can do it, but he's got to do it now when it counts. because Brett is going to be hunting him down like a great white shark with a...
Oh, not a bad reaction time.
0.124. 0.182 on the tree for Brett Stutchbury.
He is coming down there like a steam train.
Oh, and the brace before the finishing line goes 9.66 on a 9.60 dial-in. Don't take anything away from Sean, though. 17.01 on a 6.90 dial-in.
Yeah.
It was just a reaction time to just let Sean down.
You can really see the experience of these drivers coming out now, can't you?
Absolutely. All right, Joe Sabello about to take on the little Datsun. Oh, the Dado is out of the groove, just headed towards the wall.
Throws the chute early. 8.9, 98 miles an hour.
Wow, yeah, Joe Sabello in 11.77. Tell you what, this next round is going to be on. Sammy Joe came up the return road. She'll be pumped.
Yeah, you wouldn't change a thing.
No, that's really good racing. And I'll tell you what, she might be racing her teammate, Brett Stutchbury.
Yep.
I see Benny coming out on board the big Suzuki. Great to see Ben out racing.
Yep.
It really is. Oh, a bit of a red light there for the rider in the Aeroflow lane. 1.93 in the 60 though for the rider in the rocket lane. See Brett Stutchbury coming up the return road. Brett, you're on tonight, mate, but you might be up against Sammy Joe.
So all these races now, because it's going to be such a quick turnaround, be back trying to cool those cars down.
Yeah. But don't discount David Matosevic in the Cortina, just quietly going about his business. All right, Benji on board the big Suzuki, 2.47 in the 60.
Hit the limiter between the gears. Not going to help.
And a 13.74 with a 6. Great pass there from Benny. 103 miles an hour. As Nicholas Varillis comes out now. Out with a 0.147 reaction time because he races fairly regularly at our New South Wales State Championship Series. And actually on that subject, after the rain came and unfortunately washed it out, all drivers are on equal points. So round 2 is coming up very, very soon. And you'll hear the Bushman and Pat and the boys on the microphone covering that event. Maybe myself, if they don't need me as a track walker. Right, just waiting for these cars to bump themselves into stage. Got the A-Class Mercedes down here in the Aeroflow lane.
rolling this car back, just overshot the line a touch. Rolling him out totally, actually.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fluid.
Possibly, yeah.
Or not wearing the correct clothing. So the Merc going down for a solo. Unfortunately, a red light there, but that doesn't matter. He'll still get a time. And a 12.80 at 109. That's a great pass. All right, Lockie McCaskill coming out now. One of our Super Street competitors. Unfortunately got knocked out in the first round of our top ride. Supercharged 6 underneath the bonnet of the ute. Well, Lockie out with a 1.99 to 60 in the Mark 1 welding ute. And 11.65 at 121 for the race down there in the Aeroflow Lane as Danny Stademeyer comes out in the mighty AU.
I'll tell you what, that ute goes really well for a supercharged 6, like 13.3. That's a really good time out of that car.
All right, Danny taking on the Golf. Oh, red light from Danny. 1.87 though, 60. He wants to be consistent with this car, but I'll tell you what, it's just so important for these races that race regularly at our state champ rounds to get their eye in on the tree. Oh, Dave Muscat out now in the Mini. That's better, Dave. 0.36 on the tree.
.5, 112 miles an hour to a 16.1, 86 miles an hour. BMW up against the Falcon.
All right, Maniac had a wild ride on his previous pass. This is a little bit better. 1.79 to 60 this time for the Maniac. And a 10.72, 133. Great pass there for the Beamer. And the Falcon running on through with a 15.07 at 93 miles an hour. As we've got a battle of the blue VKs. Not too much between them to 60, but the VK in the rocket lane though, at 11.40 at 128. Great pass from him. A 12.87 for his counterpart as the green AMG Mercedes comes out. I wonder if that's a wrap mark or if it's an actual
It is
colour.
actually a colour.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and it just drove straight around the water. No need to get any heat in the tyres. The thing just launches out.
Well, 10.88 with a 4 as Donald Baird comes out now against this very nice looking BMW, which looks like it's got a set of radials at all 4 corners from up here in the commentary box. Well, I'll tell you what, I can't wait for our next round of the comp night. We've got 3 cars left.
Yeah, so it's not too far away, is it?
No, it's not. And there's going to be a lot of nail biting going on, I think. Now, judging by what I can see up here, it looks like that Brett Stutchbury might be getting the solo.
They're doing the paper, rock, scissors again.
Which means Sammy Joe is going to be up against David Matosevic, which is no mean feat. Got Eden out the youth. 1.78 in the 60 this time from Eden. Now, I don't know whether he's done a little bit of page up action at the moment or he's going to leave it where it is. No, he goes 10.40 with a forward, 139.
And 11.8, 116 for the Rocket.
Got the Audi taking on the VF Commodore.
Bringing the Commodore back. Might have deep staged a little bit.
Well, I can tell you, Andy, that if you're a track walker, mate, you will not be having a microphone in your hand. I don't even have a microphone in my hand. Our job as a track walkers is to focus on the track. Every single pass, and even between passes, make sure that there is nothing on that track that shouldn't be there. It takes a lot of concentration. I actually get more tired being a track walker than I do doing commentary, just purely because of the concentration aspect. All right, Daniel out now in the Rocket Lane in the McLaren 720S. About to take on Dimitri in the Audi wagon. Well, 1.66 this time for Dimitri. Consistently around that 10.5 second mark. And he goes 10.68. Daniel, though, 10.54, 141 miles per hour.
Wow.
All right, looks like we've got the War Pig back out in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, 1.70 in the 60 this time from the War Pig. And a 10.91 and a 125. What a great pass from him. 14.12 for the driver down there in the Rocket Lane.
Okay, we've got a bit of movement down in lane 6.
Yeah. Well, so if you just joined us, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, we don't have any burnouts tonight. And that is due to tonight being our comp night.
We just have pure racing.
Oh yeah, we've got pure racing. And I'll tell you what, the racing has been sensational tonight. Both in the comp and also in general drag racing as well for the off-street. But guys, if you love your burnouts, this Friday we've got, thank God it's Friday, it's our dedicated burnout night. It is going to be huge. We've got some big cars that have entered and a lot of our street-based and modified-based burnout competitors will be here on Friday as well. So make sure you're here for that. If you love burnouts, it's Friday night, guys. But as of tonight, there is no burnouts, and that's just purely to our comp night. All right, guys, it's time to get on the edge of your seats. We're into the semi-finals of tonight's comp night, and man, how do you pick this, Mark?
Rock, paper, scissors?
Well, I think for Sammy Joe, it's more about the Hail Marys, I think.
Yep. So who's lining up against Dave?
David Matosevic is on the solo.
Wow.
Wow, okay, so he's dialed in with a 10.54. I thought Sammy Joe.
Okay, this is going to make the final really, really interesting.
This is going to be real interesting, and it's not really the way that you want to go about it when you got to race one of your teammates either.
But as you said before, Stewie, once that helmet goes on, that's it.
Yeah, it's all out the window. Oh, Dave out, .073 on the tree.
Okay, he's gone in, 10.54.
Good way to test that dial in. And he goes to 10.51 on a 10.54 dial in. So he's lucky he was on the solo, otherwise it would have been a breakout.
So he knows he needs to just get off that thing virtually before the line.
All right, this is a battle of the teammates now. Sammy Joe Johnson in the VE Commodores has dialed in with an 11.62, and Brett Stutchbury, he's dialed in with a 9.50 this time.
Yep.
Dialed in racing head to head. This is going to be hard to watch for dialed in racing, but Sammy Joe 073 on the tree. Brett Stutchbury 0.339. Mark, it is on.
Chasing down.
Breakout from Sammy Joe.
Oh, look what she broke out by.
Hundredths of a second. 11.62 dialing for Sammy Joe and 11.61 breakout from Sammy. Brett Stutchbury 9.53 and a 9.50 dialing.
Wow.
Wow, man.
Okay, that is the best.
Well, Joe Sabello, an 0.56 on the tree, 1.71 in the 60. And Rod's on through an 11.75 at 113. Wow, what a final we've got.
Yeah.
Brett Stutchbury from Dialed In Racing about to take on David Matosevic in the final for tonight's comp night. Whoever wins $250. Well, 9.89, 146 miles an hour down there in the Aeroflow lane. Wow.
11.01, 27 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Tell you what, Sammy Joe, she put up a valiant effort. I was really hoping we'd see Sammy Joe versus David Matosevic in the final, but I tell you what, Brett Stutchbury has got that Commodore dialed in. All right, Sean Dartnell out now in the I-30N. An 050 on the tree. I bet he was wishing he was did an 050 earlier. And the Falcon running on through 12.38. Sean running on through with a 16.96. All right, got this VH Commodore. Now, did I just hear what sounded like a supercharger or a Gilmer drive on that Commodore?
Could be possible, yeah.
A different sound that came out of it, Mark.
Well, we've got the little dado down there. Bonnet's up. There's a lot of people under the bonnet of it. So hopefully it's not a problem. Toby's down there, getting the bonnet up on the Cortina, try and get some cold air in there.
Oh, we've got Nicholas Varillas coming out now in the Falcon. He's taking on this VH Commodore, which is pretty quick. It's got a set of radials on the rear end of it by the look of it. 1.84 and 60 as well, so it hooks up real good.
Yeah, it does.
And 11.61 with a 6 at 120, great run. And Nicholas Varillas running on through with a 15.32 at a 93.3. As Dave Muscat comes out now in the Mighty Mini. He's been taking on the Orange Falcon.
Okay, not being a Falcon expert, looks like one of the GT Falcons.
They're on the BOs. Well, Dave Muscat, 0.52 on the tree.
Yeah.
He's got his iron tonight.
Has indeed.
16.01, and the Falcon running on through with a 14.93 with a 3.
BMW getting out of shape again off the line. Okay, 14.0, 88 miles an hour to 13.9, 99 miles an hour. All right, Don down in the rocket lane, up beside the Mercedes-Benz. .0 to a 12.7. Okay, the BMW up against the Dado. BMW out and gone. Problems for the Dado though. 10 to 134 miles an hour. Definitely sound like the Dado just couldn't build boost. In the meantime, we've got the Audi wagon down in the rocket lane and the VW right beside him. Hey mate, how you going?
I'm doing all right. Trying out some camera work downstairs. I'm definitely not a camera extraordinaire, but we try.
We've got Adam on board at the moment, just while Stewie will be downstairs. Adam's been taking a little step away from the commentating and just doing a fair bit up in the office. The computers and screens and...
It's like Starship Enterprise up here.
It is indeed. Or the Mercedes-Benz up against the Audi wagon. You know a bit about this Audi wagon, don't you?
Yeah, that's Dimitri's FDL. Owns a workshop of his own, so his hobby is to tinker with his own vehicles. So as I said, he's been trying to do 10.5s lately tonight. Had a great 330 there, 4.5 in the 330. 10.6 at 129.
So if he's chasing that 10.5, he's not too far off it.
No, he's getting a bit angry about it, to be honest. I went down and spoke to him earlier, because it runs on methanol, so the intake temps should be, that's what the whole point of having it. So
yeah, it's always a way. You set your goal, you just keep playing and tinkering.
Yeah.
He will just do something. Will just hit the right spot.
Yeah. That'll never give up.
Yep.
Aeroflow Lane takes the win there, 12.3 at 112. And the Rocket Lane 14.1 at 102.
Well, guys, I can tell you out the back, the bonnet was up on David Matosevic's Cortina, and they've just closed it. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to go for a wander up there, boys, because I want to hear people's thoughts, because this is going to be real tough. These guys have versed each other a lot over the years, and I know how good both races are in their own right.
Yes.
They're just about to get in the cars. David's pumped. Dave, just quickly, mate, car's been running sensational all night. You've got a race on your hands right now, though.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. He's a very competitive racer. I've raced him once before, and you got my work cut out, that's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just quickly grab a quick word from Brett. Brett, you had a tight race last time, but, mate, you're up against Dave.
Yeah, no mean feat here, mate. It's going to have to do me, I'm going to have to do the hard way here. So Dave's a great racer, so see how we go.
Well, there we are, boys. Both races, they are ready. Sammy Joe, oh, so close.
Yeah, almost had it, but obviously it was a really good night. I think the Comp Night's going to be a great initiative here at Sydney Dragway, so I want to see more people coming out and running it, and hopefully see a couple of girls having a crack as well.
That's awesome, isn't it? Well, guys, we're not too far away from jumping back into that.
The bench goes through 13 to 105 miles an hour. Becoming super consistent.
Here comes Joe up in the Rocket Lane.
He's been running that all night, which is very unusual. It's not his favourite lane. But he's not putting a lot of horsepower through the car either.
Okay.
Need to get hold of him maybe the next meeting before it kicks off, just to find out where he's up to. Usually when he runs in this, he's put a new motor in it, and he's just trying to put the hours on the motor, just to bed everything in before he puts the belt back on for put the supercharger pumping plenty through it.
You don't want to go hell for leather on a new engine.
No, no.
Crosses the line there, 11.7 116 in the Aeroflow Lane at 13.6 at 99.
Got the little Merc down in our Rocket Lane.
Versus Chris Pante in his RS6 wagon. Chris just ran a 10.2, so looking to improve on that.
Okay, Merc just gone a little bit too deep in. Just rolls it back out. Have to roll him all the way out.
.6 reaction time there from Chris, 1.7 on the 60 foot. Continues it through for a 6.8 on the 8th and crosses the line with a 10.4 at 136.
So he's definitely been turning out some good times all night long.
Yeah, you get to that point where you have, the more runs you do, the more heat soak you get. So you start, stay the vertical life in the end. And so we're a solo run here for the Falcon.
We got Stu down on the starting line. Both these cars coming in for our final pass.
All right, boys, here we go.
Stu, I think we'll keep an eye on these times when they come up to see if anyone has adjusted their dial-ins. Okay, David is 10.51 and Brett 9.5.
So going to be a second difference here, just for those playing at home.
So these guys want to cut an absolute cracker of a reaction.
Okay, it takes off.
Oh, Brett, 0.013. He's on the chase.
He might have it. Oh, 10.51 there from David Matasevic and 9.5 from Brett.
Wow. Well, it doesn't get much closer than that.
It's a bit of adrenaline rush for sure.
Yeah.
Especially when they're right next to you and you're trying to pop your car along. Got the Golf here in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like might be a Mazda 3 down there.
Yep, sure is.
You can hear the Golf on the launch control.
Yeah. Well, Stu, what did you think of that pass?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, I knew it was going to be tight, and I could tell by Brett's voice that he knew he had to get that car out, reaction time-wise, as quickly as possible. We know what David's like. It's a consistent car, and once again, it just goes to show, Mark, how good Dial-Your-Own Racing is. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, be part of it. Come out to our New South Wales State Champ rounds. You can race your car in Street Fighter. If you come out here to Aeroflow Race4Real and you love it, come and join. And that's what real racing is all about. There's a lot to think about, but that's why we love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, mate.
Definitely goes to show that it doesn't matter what car you have, you don't really need the budget to do it. No. You just had a hatchback win.
Yep.
And it's if you're really smart with your dial-in times, that's all it takes to get the win.
Yeah, it's a good thing about dialing. Once you get to know your car, you get to know the track. It makes it a lot easier to select your dial-ins, and you just keep following the track and the weather. Adjust if you need to, but yeah, it's like that race. There was nothing in between those two guys. Well, 11.3 to a 16.9.
Solo run coming up next for the Rocket Lane. Try and get one last run for the night. 0.4 reaction. Crosses it through with a 2.3 to the 60. Turns that into a 9.2 to the 8th and comes to the line. Crossing over with a 14.0 at 102.
We move into the last of our bikes here.
Yeah, we'll just cross over to Stewie just quickly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner and the runner-up of tonight's Dial-Your-Own Comp Night. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together for all the competitors that came out and had a crack tonight at our Comp Night. It's been a really, really fun night. We look forward to doing more of it. We'll start off with the runner-up, Brett Stutsbury. Brett, you knew you had a race on your hands. You gave it your all. It was tough.
Yeah, mate. I think I need to work on that reaction times, but car was on point all night, and yeah, well done to Dave.
And I'll tell you what, mate, Dial-Your-Own Racing, they really put on a fantastic show tonight as well.
Yeah, mate, it's three or four cars here tonight. Still missing a fair bit of the fleet, but yeah, we're coming for it. We're here to take over, I reckon.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate, you run Top Fuel Street at our race weekends, and look, if there's any of the racers that were racing tonight, what would you say to them?
Mate, it's a great night out. Yeah, doesn't matter what you've got. You know, if you're consistent, you're good on the Christmas tree. I invite you to come down and give it a crack because, yeah, it's not just for us guys that race all the time, mate. If you're good on the tree and you're consistent, you're in it. It doesn't matter if you're on a 20-second car. So, yeah, come and give it a shot, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brett Stutchbury in the Dial-Your-Own Racing Commodore. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our winner of tonight's comp night for Dial-Your-Own, would you please put your hands together for David Matosevic?
Thank you.
What a night.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, that's for sure. It's been a while since I've been here on a Wednesday night, and the cars served me very well tonight, can't complain. Track did awesome, no problems, everything was well organised, I was very impressed. And congratulations to Brett, he's such a tough competitor. That was a very difficult race, that's for sure.
I was going to say, for a super street racer, and I did mention this throughout the night, you know, we effectively had 2 or 3 different brackets racing in one bracket. There's a big difference between, say, even a super street car taking on a street fighter car in terms of the times, because obviously they're a little bit slower. Sitting there on the line for an eternity as you are, what's going through your head?
Watching the car drive away, he's over halfway down the track, and it's like, why? That's impossible. How am I going to catch that? It's almost impossible. And right at the end is when you catch him. You just think it's over to start with. That's sitting there for 3, 4, 5 seconds waiting and watching the other car drive away. It's very nerve-wracking. Never been in that situation, but it's great.
It's a great experience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Dave in the Cortina. The Fords have run supreme tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to those guys and everyone that did race tonight in it. That was absolutely sensational. Watching the racing was just so close. Dial-Your-Own in this bracketing is perfect. I think we've hit a really good market there for it.
Definitely looking forward to the next one. As I said, like, it's good when you know, at the end of the day, you don't know who's going to win it. So, you know, you could have a Volkswagen Beetle versus a McLaren. You wouldn't know what who will win those dialings. And it definitely makes them exciting. So, bring on the next one.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, we've got these 2 cars running down the bottom end of the track. 12.7 and 118 to a 13.3 and 113 miles an hour.
So we're just getting down to the last few of the competitors coming through. The Commodore versus the Beamer, Eurologic. I had chat to him, the guy, he's playing with his tyre temperatures. He seems to be getting a bit of a hop on takeoff, so he's trying to eliminate that.
So he's just taking some pressure out of him?
Yeah, so because he's got his traction off, it's trying to get, you know, you're still fighting it, so.
Yep. Surprisingly enough, you can pick up a real lot by playing with your tyre pressures.
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough as well, depends on the driver. Like if you have 2 drivers driving it, one's a little bit heavier than the other, you adjust to suit.
There's a lot of variables in drag racing. So the VE there takes them in there, 13.8 at 104. Bando across line with a 10.2 at 134. Couple of bikes up next. Great start there from the Aeroflow lane, a 0.67 reaction time. So crosses the line there with a 9.747. Rocket Lane crosses over with a 10.9 at 128.
And we're just moving back to some of our cars.
Yeah, WRX here in the Aeroflow lane versus the A45 in the Rocket lane.
Merck's back out again.
I tell you what, the WRX had the launch there. He had it covered for the reaction time and the 60 foot, but then it looks like he had some sort of issue there, changing from first to second there, and Rocket takes the win with a 12.6 at 109 to a 14.3 at 99.
Okay, Merck just coming into stage. Went round the water, no burnout, nice and clean.
Lovely colour too.
Yep.
Just quietly.
Well, launches out nice and clean. 1.66, a 1.745 for the 60.
7 flat to the 8th.
Hey, just a little bit of news, boys. David has got a little bit of an issue with the car. It's actually had got a little bit of a crack in the engine bay area, and it was leaking fuel. So a little bit of fuel, just a little bit of fuel. So very lucky it happened on the last pass, not the pass before.
Wow, okay. Oh, that'd be on the trailer and home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that looks like it's the end of our comp night for this Wednesday. We thank you all for watching and joining us tonight. Don't forget Friday, we've got, thank God it's Friday. So if you're into your burnouts, come on down for a nice Friday evening of some burnouts. Myself, Dane Hagstrom, will be on board. And while I say that, there's one more ready to go. I thought I was doing really well there.
Yeah. We've still got some more running through, so stay tuned. Don't move from your seats. So with the Little Merc coming on out. Perfect time of the night, you get to choose your own lane. The VW Golf. Golf goes through 13.5, 113 miles an hour. guys, looks like that's it for racing tonight. We seem to be packing everything up. So congratulations to our winners for tonight and to all the competitors. It was a really, really exciting night. I think everyone in the stands would agree with that. Just want to thank you to all our crew that has made this possible. Stewie, Adam, everyone involved, good work. And we will be back.
Friday. Thank God it's Friday
yes,
burnouts,
indeed.
right?
Yep.
So get your skids on.
Absolutely. Safe trip home.
Good night.